Let's go ahead and call the Senate to order. Members, please take your seats. Sergeant at Arms will please secure the chamber doors. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. President.
All right, Senators. This morning we are very pleased to have Reverend Dr. Barbara Palmer of Kingdom Celebration Center in Gambrills, Maryland, guest of the Distinguished Senator from the 32nd District. Please rise for the invocation.
Before I pray, I'd like to say thank you to the entire Senate for giving me this opportunity to give today's invocation. Thank you, Senate President Bill Ferguson, for your valuable leadership. I'd also like to thank Senator Pam Beidel for the invitation and for the great work that she continues to do for the District 32. With that being said, let us pray. The earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. For you have founded it upon the seas and established it upon the floods. When we consider ourselves, we remember your word that says, "What is man that you are mindful of us?" The heavens continue to declare your glory, and your promises are new each day. Great is your faithfulness. We thank you today for allowing us to rise and for blessing us with the ability of a sound mind, especially for your loving kindness and your tender mercy. Father, we invite you into this space this morning for your wisdom, guidance, and direction for every decision that will be made in this chamber today, tomorrow, and the days to come. You are a God that transcends time and space, so we know that even after this prayer has been spoken, that it will still reverberate in every hall and chamber and decision that affects every citizen of every county in our great state of Maryland. Help us, O Lord, to reflect your character and to display the same kind of love and mercy that you have shown to us. Help us to lead with love and with kindness. Millions of people rely on our leadership, so we ask for your wisdom and guidance in our decision-making today. We want to make the right decisions. We want to make fair decisions, the kind that make life better for our constituents. Use us as vessels of goodwill. Let us be found on the right side of history. Let us have the courage to correct the things that are hurting our people and the courage to launch out into the deep with innovative solutions that will build hope and create new opportunities for thousands, especially for the marginalized and underserved communities. Let us be a powerhouse for positive change. What we can't do or solve in our human capacity, we give you permission to override our frail minds with your infinite wisdom and provide the answers to our problems. We yield to you as our source. Let your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. I conclude this prayer with a blessing upon this Senate, and let the great state of Maryland forever be blessed. Our God and our Father, this is our prayer. Amen and amen.
Thank you very much. You're welcome. Thank you. Recognizing the Senator from the 32nd District.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Pastor Palmer, thank you for your prayer, along with your husband, Apostle Antonia Palmer. If you'll stand, Apostle Palmer. Thank you. And they are joint pastors at Kingdom Celebration Center and work extensively in ministry. Pastor Barbara Palmer is a remarkable woman who has dedicated her life to empowering children and families through her ministry and nonprofit organization, Kingdom Care Incorporated. With over 25 years of experience in ministry, she's mentored countless young ladies on self-esteem and self-worth. It's a little loud. Her passion for helping others led her to start Kingdom Care in 2011, which has since grown to include 3 arms: Kingdom Care Child Care Center, West County Family Support Center, and Mentoring Entrepreneurs. And I thank all of the members of this body for supporting Pastor Palmer through grants and bond bills. And through these programs, Barbara and her team have nurtured children and families, providing them with the tools and support they need to pursue their dreams. With a focus on early childhood education, effective parenting, and youth mentorship programs, Pastor Barbara is making a lasting impact on our community and beyond. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll ask that the pastor's prayers be journalized.
Without objection, most certainly we will journalize the wonderful invocation this morning. Thank you for your presence here with us today. All right, has everyone recorded their presence in the chamber? If so, the clerk will take the call. With 42 members in the chamber and a quorum being present, the Senate of Maryland is now in session. Senators, I take full blame on the scheduling here. We have 5 resolutions. We have a lot of work to do, So please, we're going to do this as efficiently as possible, and we're going to start, the resolutions are going to, we're going to start putting a cap on it sooner. We're so appreciative of everybody being here, and we know it's a privilege, but we got to make sure our timing is right. So we'll recognize the senator from District 1 and appreciate your understanding.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, please put your hands together. Let's get ready to rumble! Big Red, Fort Hill High School, went 12-0 on their way winning the school's third straight state championship and 10th in school history. Fort Hill won 8 out of his last 10 1A state championship. The team also is high functioning in the classroom, a team combined for a 3.98 GPA, and their cumulative GPA is 3.3. We have 20 graduating seniors, and it appears that 7 of them will be continuing with athletic careers in various colleges next fall, 4 to attend 2-year and 4-year universities in the fall, 5 will attend a trade school, and 1 for the State Police Academy. Let's give a round of applause for the state 1A champions, Fort Hill Big Red.
All right, the clerk will read the resolution in full.
Be it hereby known to all that the Senate of Maryland offers its sincerest congratulations to Fort Hill High School football team in recognition of winning the Class 1A state football championship. We applaud your outstanding season and wish you many more. Congratulations. The entire membership extends its best wishes on this memorable occasion and directs this resolution be presented on this 14th day of March, 2024.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? If so, the clerk will take the call. To the gentlemen of Fort Hill High School football team, congratulations. The Senate of Maryland unanimously celebrates your 1A state football championship. Congratulations. Thank you all for joining us. Have a safe drive back and enjoy the day while you're here in Annapolis. All right, let's go to the Vice Chair of Finance, Senator from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, today I'd like to take the time to recognize those who are fighting to increase awareness about tardive dyskinesia. Tardive dyskinesia, otherwise known as TD, is a condition of involuntary muscle movements of the face, trunk, and extremities that can carry infrequency and aptitude. TD results from the use of certain medication used to treat mental illness such as schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and major depressive disorders. There are approximately 6,000 people in the United States living with TD, and approximately 65% have not yet been diagnosed. The National Alliance for Mental Illness reports that 1 in every 4 patients receiving long-term treatment with antipsychotic medication will experience TD. Periodic screenings for drug-induced movements disorders in patients taking antipsychotic medication are essential for detection, proper diagnosis, and management to help improve therapeutic outcomes. Today, we have individuals on the floor who have been working to increase awareness about TD. They have been working around the country to have the first week of May declared TD Awareness Week, and will be working in Maryland to do so as well. We have Debbie Meyer from NAMI and Carla Caraco from Neuroquin Biosciences Incorporated. So let's give them a warm Senate welcome, and may the clerk please read the resolution.
Clerk will read the resolution in full.
Be it hereby known to all that the Senate of Maryland offers its sincerest congratulations to the National Alliance on Mental Health in recognition of your efforts to raise awareness about tardive dyskinesia, which impacts approximately more than 600,000 Americans. The entire membership extends its best wishes on this memorable occasion and directs this resolution be presented on this 14th day of March, 2024.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? If so, the clerk will take the call. To the leadership of National Alliance on Mental Health, we thank you for joining us today and appreciate your work on behalf of 600,000 Americans to advocate for tardive dyskinesia. Thank you so much. All right, we have the senator from the 28th District. Has a group here.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. May God bless everyone here this morning. I'm here to welcome the representatives of the Maryland Association of Christian Home Educators. The Maryland Association of Christian Home Educators, MACHE, has served Maryland homeschool families for over 35 years. It was founded in 1989 with a mission to support, protect, connect, and lead Maryland homeschoolers. Let me say, on a personal note, my family is a homeschool family. I decided to homeschool my children along with my wife after a teacher in one of our grade schools told one of my kids, "You're not as smart as you think you are. And when I'm done with you, I'm going to have you whistling Dixie." And I said, "Lord God, help us." And I read and researched certain books, and I found a book called Countering the Conspiracy to Destroy Black Boys. And I said, wow, that's what they're trying to do to my kid. And I prayed, and I researched, and my wife and I prayed, and we found this wonderful, wonderful support group. And we joined the support group. And God has blessed my family and I. So thank God for the 200 homeschooling folks here today in Annapolis, and I definitely celebrate you personally. The Association of Christian Home Educators hosts several events, such as their upcoming annual homeschool and parenting convention and statewide senior graduation. This organization is committed to connecting homeschool communities, black or white, Asian, Jews, Gentiles, to tremendous education. Here on the Senate floor, we have our President, Sue Manning. We have our Executive Director, Lanisha James, with several MACHE families and friends watching from the balcony and each side of the Senate chamber. Mr. President, I would ask that the clerk please read the resolution in full.
The clerk will read the resolution in full.
be it hereby known to all that the Senate of Maryland offers its sincerest congratulations to Maryland Association of Christian Home Educators and recognition of 35 years of supporting, connecting, protecting, and leading Maryland homeschoolers. The entire membership extends its best wishes on this memorable occasion and directs this resolution be presented on this 14th day of March, 2024.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? If so, the clerk will take the call. To the leadership of the Maryland Association of Christian Home Educators, congratulations on 35 years of work connecting, protecting, and leading Maryland homeschoolers. All right, next we have the senator from the 22nd District.
Thank you, Mr. President. Honorable members of the Maryland Senate, distinguished guests, and fellow brothers of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. It is an honor to stand before you today to celebrate the illustrious history and enduring legacy of the Iota Zeta chapter of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, the chapter in which I crossed the burning sands 18 years ago. Since its establishment on April 27, 1974, the Iota Zeta chapter has exemplified the values of leadership, scholarship, and service, enriching communities far and wide. Today, we gather to recognize a pivotal moment in our chapter's history, the chartering of the 1974 line at the University of Maryland, College Park. This distinguished group of brothers, the 10 sons of the Phoenix, who joined our fraternity 50 years ago, embodies the essence of excellence and commitment. Their contributions have left an indelible mark on Alpha Phi Alpha and the communities we serve. The distinguished line consists of Brother Weldon Thomas, who entered the Omega chapter, but his son is here in the gallery and is the chef for former President Barack Obama. William Ward, Brother Gonzalez Bruce, Here today with us, Brother Maurice Jenkins. Here today also with us, Jamiah Montague Jr., Joseph Williams, Michael Green, Brother Roosevelt Boone, who's here with us today, Stephen O. Gibson, who's here with us today, and Myron Lofton. As we reflect on their remarkable journey and celebrate their 50th anniversary in the Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, let us express our deepest gratitude for their unwavering dedication to our community. Please join me in congratulating the members of the Spring 1974 Charter Line and the brothers of the infamous IC, Iota Zeta chapter of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, on their remarkable achievements and thanking them for their enduring legacy. May the clerk read the resolution in full.
Clerk, read the resolution in full.
Be it hereby known to all that the Senate of Maryland offers sincerest congratulations to Iota Zeta chapter of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity in recognition of chartering the Iota Zeta chapter of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity on April 27, 1974. Congratulations on 50 years of brotherhood, legacy, and service. The entire membership extends its best wishes on this memorable occasion and directs this resolution be presented on this 14th day of March, 2024.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? If so, the clerk will take the call. To the gentlemen of the Iota Zeta chapter of Alpha Phi Alpha, congratulations on 50 years of brotherhood, legacy, and service. And now we have the senator from the 38th District.
Good morning, Mr. President and colleagues and friends. We are recognizing the Stephen Decatur High School Wrestling Dynasty. For the 5th consecutive year, the Stephen Decatur High School Wrestling team won the 2A state championship. The wrestling team has compiled 60 straight conference wins, and the 5th consecutive state title is the 2nd largest streak in Maryland wrestling history. In addition, our team state championship, to these championships, we have 3 individual state champions. Elijah Kollick at 113 pounds, 2-time state champion. Gavin Salito at 157 pounds. And our first girls state champion, AJ Johnson at 190 pounds. Our girls team also finished 4th in the state. This team is all heart, and in addition to being state champions, they give back to our community in mentoring and coaching the elementary school students. The team will be leading the Ocean City St. Patrick's Day Parade this Saturday. And we are most proud that not only are they consecutive 5-time state champions, but we are recognizing their sportsmanship and how much they give back to our community. So please join me in welcoming and recognizing them.
The clerk will read the resolution in full.
be it hereby known to all that the Senate of Maryland offers sincerest congratulations to Stephen Decatur Wrestling Team in recognition of winning the 2024 Class 2A State Championship. We applaud your outstanding season and wish you many more. Congratulations. The entire membership extends its best wishes on this memorable occasion and directs this resolution to be presented on this 14th day of March, 2024.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their their vote? Their vote would be the most important here. If so, the clerk will take the call. To the wrestlers of Stephen Decatur Wrestling Team, congratulations on the Class 2A State Championship. Well done. Keep up the great work in the classroom too. On the mat, in the classroom. Very good. All right. Do we have any guests today? Recognizing the senator from Prince George's.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, would you please welcome Mara Babb, who hails from District 33, and she's a junior at Crofton High School, where she also is a state legislative affairs coordinator of the Maryland Association of Student Councils, secretary of legislation for Chesapeake Regional Association of Student Councils, vice president of her SGA, a member of the Honor Society, swim team, International Thespians. And colleagues, you may be wondering, like, what is the senator from Prince George's doing with this guest as a shadow for the day? Well, Ms. Babb has been in the Triple E committee a few times, and she has done an outstanding job testifying on behalf of pieces of legislation, and I told her so. And when she said was, well, I'd like to be a senator for the day. So she showed some additional initiative. And so, of course, I said yes. That's how she is here. And let's just give her a warm Senate welcome. Thank you.
Welcome. Welcome. Any further guests? Yes, Senator from Montgomery County.
Thank you, Mr. President. With me today, shadowing me, is Alex Hassenkill. Now, colleagues, he may look a little familiar because it was just last year that he was one of our stellar pages. He's a student at Hood College. He is president of the Youth Advisory Council Legislative Chair, and so he has testified in our committee, as the good senator from District 47 has indicated, and so it's wonderful when our young people start off as pages, stay connected, stay involved, and continue to be engaged in policy. Please join me in welcoming Alex back.
Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Senator from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Up here in the gallery behind me is a young man who may be a page next year. Owen Gilligan is a junior at St. Paul's School for Boys. He's down here to learn about the legislative process. He's on the golf team and the ice hockey team, and his favorite subject is American history, so we may see him next year. Please welcome Owen.
Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Any further guests? Yes, Senator from the 35th.
Thank you, Mr. President. It'd be time to do the doctorate, introduce the doctor
Senator,
today.
proceed.
I'd like to introduce Dr. Today, Frank Speranato, MD, who specializes in internal medicine, is on the Council on Legislation for MedChi, and also is a retired flight surgeon for the Air Force. Could we give a warm welcome to our doctor today?
Welcome. Thanks for your service today. Thank you. Any further introductions? If not, so we consider the reading of the journal from the prior legislative day. I've got a number of bills from the House. This is calendar 13. The clerk will read the bills.
House Bill 22, Delegate Ruth, Agriculture Pollinator Habitat Plan Requirement for State Highway Administration, Finance, and Education, Energy, and the Environment.
Majority Leader moves so we consider the reading of the bills. We have calendar 14. Clerk will read the bills.
House Bill 51, Delegate Rosenberg, Public Health, Maryland Pediatric Cancer Fund and Commission, Finance.
Majority Leader moves so be considered the reading of the bills. They will be referred to their appropriate standing committees. Let's go ahead and see. This is a record number of bill reports that we have here. We're going to hold off on the layovers for the moment. Let's go back to our unfinished business from yesterday, if we can. Let's go with judicial proceedings is where we left off. Let's start with report number 17. And senators, again, we have a lot of bills. This is a huge number on the reports. If we can summarize the bill and the amendments that are done, we don't have to read every aspect, every little line of the floor report. We just want to get the general idea. If members have questions, we can get questions out through the reports. But kind of a quick summary and then a summary of the amendments would be excellent. So, clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 71, Senator Carter, Correctional Services Pregnant and Postpartum Support Prevention of Forced Infant Separation Act, favorable.
Recognizing the bill sponsor is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill requires the Division of Correction to allow a pregnant woman classified to be in pre-release status to relocate to the pre-release unit for women throughout the duration of her pregnancy, and also allow an incarcerated individual who is classified to be in pre-release status and recently gave birth to her child to reside in the pre-release unit for women for up to 1 year following the birth of the child. Further, it also allows for visitation with the father or secondary caregiver if that person is otherwise legally permissible as a visitor. In addition, it establishes the Healthy Start bonding program in the Department of Corrections, and the bill is contingent upon the establishment of the pre-release unit for women. There are no committee amendments. I would move the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 71 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 468, Senator McCray, Criminal Law Private Home Detention Monitoring Notification, favorable with 4 amendments.
Recognizing Chair of the Committee is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill alters the manner in which private home detention monitoring units have to operate in the state of Maryland. Specifically, it requires immediate notification when a person is under monitoring who enters an exclusion zone. 2, it requires notification within an hour of the person under monitoring tampers with or fails to properly maintain their equipment. And then 3, notification within 24 hours for all other violations. There are 3 amendments, or actually 4 committee amendments, Mr. President. Number 1 is technical. Number 2 alters the times by which companies are required to provide that notice. Number 3 adds civil penalties. And amendment number 4 removes provisions establishing the work group. Mr. President, I move for the adoption of the 4 committee amendments in the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 4 committee amendments in the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 4 committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 468 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 838, Senator Gallion, Vehicle Laws, Lighting, Privately Owned Vehicles, favorable.
Recognizing the senator from District 1 is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill authorizes specified officers of the Volunteer Fire Company and the Fire Police of a volunteer fire company to equip their privately owned vehicles with red and white, or red and green lights or signal devices. There are no amendments. The committee favorably recommends Senate Bill 838. I move to adopt the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 838 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 840, Senator Sidnor, Public Safety Automatic License Plates Readers Captured Plate Data, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognizing the bill sponsor is the floor leader.
Thank you very much and good morning. Senate Bill 840 is essentially a license plate reader bill that allows law enforcement agencies to upload that data to cloud computing. It also ensures that that data, or it makes clear that that data is owned by the law enforcement agency and it cannot be sold. There are 2 amendments. The first is technical, and the second clarifies that the captured license plate data may not be sold or accessed in certain ways by contractors and requires law enforcement agencies to develop certain procedures to protect such data. Mr. President, I move the adoption of the amendments in the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 2 committee amendments in the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objection? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Yes, Chair recognizes the Senator from Montgomery County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wonder if we could lay this over until this afternoon, just so I can learn more about this bill, chat with you. Thank you.
We just adopted the amendments.
So then can we special order it until this afternoon?
Yes.
Or we can go back to before adopting?
If we special order, I think we're just taking a look if there's any objections.
There's a possibility of an amendment, Mr. President. But I do want to chat with the sponsor of the bill.
Okay, let's go ahead. We'll special order it. We'll see where we are.
Okay.
If there's any
Thank you.
concerns there. All right. Any objections to the sponsor?
No objections.
Okay. Without objection, the bill will be special ordered to the appropriate time this afternoon, or second session today. All right. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 1003, Senator Folden, Vehicle Laws, Manufacturers and Dealers, Delivery of Vehicles, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognizing the bill sponsor is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. SB 1003, as amended, this bill clarifies the statutory requirements related to the delivery of vehicles and components from manufacturers to dealers apply where orders are submitted in writing or electronically rather than only when submitted in writing. There are 2 amendments. Amendment number 1 is technical, and amendment number 2 clarifies that orders may be in writing or electronically. Mr. President, I move the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objection? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 1003 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 1004, Senator Folden, motor vehicles specifically designed vintage reproduction registration plates, favorable with one amendment.
Recognizing the bill sponsor is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 1004, as amended, makes permanent a temporary requirement for the Motor Vehicle Administration to make available specially designed vintage reproduction registration plates. The administration must charge an initial fee of $100 for the issuance and a renewal fee of $25 for the vintage reproduction plates. There is one committee amendment which increased the fee from $20 to $25 for the renewal fee. Mr. President, I move the adoption of the amendment and the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the one committee amendment and the favorable committee report. On the amendment, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the one committee amendment is adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 1004 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 1036, Senator West, Task Force on the Creation of a Division of Returning Citizens and Expanded Reentry Services Establishment, favorable with two amendments.
Recognizing the bill sponsor is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. As amended, this bill establishes the Task Force on the creation of a Division of Returning Citizens and Expanded Reentry Services. The task force is directed to identify and assess the reentry services that exist in the state and to identify gaps in these services. In particular, it's charged with developing a plan for improved housing services, employment services, health services, and education services for released prisoners. The fact is, the best way to present recidivism is to equip released prisoners to succeed once they're no longer behind bars. There are two amendments. The first adds members to the task force. The second provides that each member of the task force serves at the pleasure of the person who appointed that member and requires the task force to adopt a code of conduct for members. The vote of the committee was unanimous. I hereby move the adoption of the two amendments as well as the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the two committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the two committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 1036 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 1095, Senator Smith, Work Group on Home Detention Monitoring, favorable with two amendments.
Recognizing the chair of the committee is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill works in conjunction with Senate Bill 468, which I read earlier. This bill, as amended, requires or reestablishes the Work Group on Home Detention Monitoring to study and make recommendations regarding the cost and availability of both publicly and privately provided pretrial home detention monitoring systems. Mr. President, there are two amendments. Amendment number 1 alters the membership of the work group, and amendment number 2 provides that a member of the work group serves at the pleasure of the person who appointed the member and requires a work group to adopt a code of conduct for the members. Move for the adoption of the two committee amendments and the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the two committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the two committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objection? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 1095 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. That does it for that calendar, is that right? Yes. Chair recognizes the senator from Prince George's.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is this a good time to introduce some special guests?
Senator may proceed.
Good morning, wonderful colleagues. Good morning, rising stars. It is a genuine pleasure for me to recognize the people who are standing. I was with, please remain standing, Charles Herbert Flowers. I was at Charles Herbert Flowers when the shovel was put in the dirt. As a matter of fact, I had an office on the 5th floor of the top floor of Charles Herbert Flowers and saw the beginning of that wonderful school under the leadership of Helena Noble Jones. Was with her when she wrote the words to the song, Charles Herbert Flowers. But it is a genuine pleasure for me to welcome you here. I'm glad you're here. I also want to thank the staff and the volunteers for the work that you're doing with those young people, those rising stars that are standing up there. And I especially want to give a shout out to the wonderful principal of that school, the administrative staff. Outstanding. And we are so delighted and excited and overjoyed that you all are with us this morning, and we wish you well, because guess what? You are the people who are going to turn this world right side up, and we're just glad that you're here to see how the democratic process works. Could you all please give a rousing applause to this wonderful, wonderful group of youngsters from Charles Herbert Flowers High School.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you all for joining us today. Enjoy your time here in Annapolis. All right, before we go to the next calendar, if we could, I think we have a motion from the chair of the committee.
Yes, I'd like to, if we could, make a motion to reconsider the vote by which Senate Bill 1095 passed on to third reader.
Senators, move to reconsider the vote by which Senate Bill 1095 was passed along to third reader. Are there any objections to the motion? Without objection, the motion passes. The Senate Bill 1095 is now again on second reader and open to amendment. Senator has an amendment. Pages will distribute the senator's amendment. Senator may explain the amendment.
So, Senator, thank you, Mr. President. So obviously the judiciary plays a critical role in this process, and so this amendment simply adds a member of the judiciary appointed by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Maryland to that work group. I'd move the amendment.
All right, the chair moves the amendment. Any objections to the senator's amendment? Without objection, the amendment is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 1095 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. All right, let's go to judicial proceedings calendar number 18. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 550, Senator Sidnor, Children Labor Trafficking, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognizing the bill sponsors, the floor leader.
Thank you, sir. This bill adds labor trafficking as a form of abuse or neglect and requires the referral to the regional navigators who already provide service to child victims of sex trafficking and have special training and expertise to assist child or all child victims of trafficking. There were 2 amendments. The first is technical. The second alters the definition of abuse to include labor trafficking of a child by an individual for purposes of provisions of the law governing children in need of assistance cases and child abuse and neglect reporting. Mr. President, I move the adoption of the amendments in the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the 2 committee amendments in the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 550 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 858, Senator Hester, Revenge Porn Civil Action Reporting Requirement, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognizing the bill sponsors, the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the democratization and the proliferation of AI technology, a lot of deepfakes have surfaced around, most prominently, I think, in the interim with Taylor Swift. And so our law is pretty well covered with regard to child pornography and when images are generated for children, but does not cover those for adults. And so, as amended, this bill provides that a person may bring and maintain a civil action for defamation per se against another who distributes a computer-generated visual representation that is indistinguishable from the actual visual representation of the person and falsely depicts that person with his or her intimate parts exposed or engaged in sexual activity. The amended bill also alters provisions of the state's prohibition against revenge pornography and provides that a person may not knowingly distribute a computer-generated visual representation that is indistinguishable from another actual and identifiable person that displays the other person with his or her intimate parts exposed or while engaging in sexual activity. Mr. President, there are 2 committee amendments. Number 1 is technical, and amendment number 2 strikes provisions of the bill and provides for defamation and revenge pornography provisions as specified. I'd move for the adoption of 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. Mr. Chairman, just a quick, the standing with the actual image where it was seen, or is it by the person that conducted it? These.
I'm sorry, Mr. President?
Is it, does standing happen where the image is located or where the production?
No, so this is if you are that person, if it's it's not an actual picture of you, but it's indistinguishable.
Then you have standing to bring the case.
And it's computer generated, and you cannot possess or distribute it.
Yeah. New World Order.
Or you cannot distribute it, yeah.
Excellent. All right, on the amendments, any discussion? Any objections?
President.
Yeah, yes, Chair recognizes Senator from Montgomery County.
Thank you. With the floor, you yield for a quick question. So just to confirm, first of all, thank you for all your hard work on this. So what we've been seeing online through like Facebook and other things, so if someone manipulates a photo of someone in a really uncompromising situation, this is Maryland taking the lead and saying that that's not allowed in this state?
That's absolutely correct, and I just have to commend the senator from Howard and Montgomery County for her hard work on this as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Floor Leader.
All right. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the two committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objection? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 858 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 905, Senator Kelly, Public Safety Extreme Risk Protective Orders Review of Court Records, favorable.
Recognizing the bill's chair of the committee is the floor leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This bill authorizes researchers affiliated with institutions of higher education who are conducting academic or policy research to review a court record related to a petition for an extreme risk protective order. There are no committee amendments, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion?
Mr. President, if I may, I'd like to make a motion to special order to the appropriate time tomorrow.
Next session or tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Okay. Are any objections to the motion? Without objection, the bill will be special ordered to the appropriate time tomorrow. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 1097, Senator Smith, Public Safety, Gun Buyback Programs, Destruction of Firearms, favorable with 4 amendments.
Recognizing the bill sponsor is the floor leader.
As amended, this bill establishes requirements relating to the destruction or rendering permanently inoperable and irreparable of firearms and their counterparts surrendered at a gun buyback program as identified by the bill. A federal firearms licensee or a law enforcement agency that violates these provisions is subject to a maximum fine of $10,000 per violation. If the violator is a licensed firearm dealer, in addition to the maximum fine per violation, the Secretary of the State Police must revoke the dealer's license. Additionally, the bill exempts certain employees of the Department of Natural Resources from specified prohibitions of wearing, carrying, and transporting a firearm in certain locations. It classifies theft of a firearm as a felony, subject to a maximum penalty of 5 years and imprisonment of up to and a fine of up to $1,000, and classifies trafficking of a regulated firearm as a felony. Mr. President, there are 4 committee amendments. 1 is technical. Number 2 adds specified exemptions for that DNR employee, provisions related to the theft of a firearm. And amendment number 3 classifies firearm trafficking as a felony. Amendment number 4 alters provisions relating to gun buyback programs. Mr. President, I move for the adoption of the 4 committee amendments and the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 4 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 4 committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 1097 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Bill 1108, Carroll County Senators, Carroll County Deputy Clerk or Deputy Sheriff, Oath of Office, favorable.
Recognizing Senator from the 42nd is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This emergency bill requires that every deputy clerk or deputy sheriff in Carroll County take and sign the oath or affirmation of office prescribed by Article 1, Section 9 of the Maryland Constitution. There were no amendments. There was no opposition. The vote of the committee was unanimous. I hereby move the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 1108 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. All right, let's take up this special order. This is calendar number 45. 45. Clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 99, Senator Kagan, election law, affiliating with a party and voting unaffiliated voters. Question is on the adoption of the favorable report.
All right, questions on the adoption of the favorable report, recognizing the minority whip.
I'd like to speak on the report, if I might, Mr.
Senator
President.
may proceed.
So there's we're a closed primary state in Maryland. So in the Democratic primary or the Republican primary, only registered people with that party may vote in that primary. That's current law. Right now, if you are unaffiliated, we sometimes will colloquially call unaffiliated folks independents, but technically, as the floor leader said yesterday, they're not registered independent, they're registered unaffiliated. If you are unaffiliated, you have until 18 days before either a midterm primary, which is usually in late June in our state, or in this case, our presidential primary is in May. Most of the times it's in March or April. You have until 18 days before to switch to either the Republican or Democratic Party to vote in either party's primary. Otherwise, if you go to vote and there's a school board race, you're able to vote in the nonpartisan school board race if your county has those. Most counties now have nonpartisan elected school boards. That's the only thing you can vote for. Now, there's a lot of folks who talk about whether we should allow unaffiliated voters or independent voters to vote in primaries, and I think that's a very reasonable policy debate that can be had. I've always been of the opinion that you should select a party if you want to vote in that party's primary. So if you live in Montgomery County or Howard County or Carroll County and you want to vote in the primary and that maybe in some cases, unfortunately, as the floor leader very aptly pointed out, we have a very, what's a nice way to say it? We have a very siloed map. There's another word for it, but I'll maybe not be pejorative on the floor of the Senate. And there's not a lot of Senate districts, or I guess by extension House of Delegates districts, where there's the general election is particularly close as far as Republican versus Democrat. I think that's unfortunate, but that's another bill and another issue. I think what we're doing with this bill, if this bill were to pass the way it is, you are opening it up for unaffiliated voters to vote in your primary, whether it's Democratic or Republican primary in your district, in your county. They can show up at early voting and decide they want to switch parties. You've had no opportunity, we're not expecting, candidates have had no opportunity to know that these people are going to come vote in the Democratic primary or the Republican primary. Probably have not been communicating with those voters, have not been sending them any information or knocking on their door likely. Let's be real. In a lot of our districts where the primary is oftentimes very determinative of the general election. And this bill would just let folks show up and decide at the last minute, not the very last minute because it doesn't go all the way to election day, but while already voting that they decide they want to become a Democrat or become a Republican, but it doesn't even require them to stay in that party for any period of time. They could switch while they're there and switch back the next day. I don't like that idea. I think we should either have unaffiliateds be able to vote in our primaries, or we should stick to they've got to choose by a certain time. And I think 18 days is close enough to where someone's able to make that decision and be an informed voter. So, Mr. President, I just am opposed to the bill. I thought about some amendments, but the only amendments I could think of would either widen it more or just take it back to what's current law, which obviously defeats the purpose of the bill. So I just want to speak in opposition, and I'm against the bill, and we'll be voting no on it.
On the report?
On the report, yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go to the senator from the 28th, followed by the senator from Montgomery County. Oh, no.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Question for the floor leader, please.
For the floor leader of the bill.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
As far as the reason for this bill, what is the problem that it is meant to solve?
That is the right question. Thank you. And I do want to correct factual inaccuracies from the senator from District 5, but let me answer your question first. The reason for this bill and the reason why it's so important is that we used to have 8% of our constituents who were registered unaffiliated, who declined to choose becoming either a Democrat or a Republican. 8%. Now that number in 2024 is 21.4%. Those folks are having the door slammed in their face. They come in, they get the mailers from the League of Women Voters, they get the mailers from their county boards of elections. Their family is getting mailers from candidates because maybe mom or dad or grandma or a sibling or something is registered. And so they're learning about the candidates. They're also seeing it on their social media. They're seeing it maybe on radio or TV. They are becoming aware. Not all of them, not all 900,000, but some number then get inspired and they say, I want to participate. And when they show up, they can't. And so this would allow them, just during early voting, to cast a partisan ballot. Let me correct, the senator said 18 days. That's not accurate. It's 21 days. So it's more than 3 weeks in advance that they have to be focused on it, that they've got to fill out the forms, change their party affiliation, and this would give them a few more days, and they would be able to come in during early voting, and they would be able to register, cast a partisan political ballot up to 5 days before Election Day.
Yeah. So you're looking out for, if I can summarize what you say, you're looking out for the voters who have a last-minute desire to vote either Democrat or Republican.
As most voters are. Most voters aren't as focused on elections as we are. And they just start paying attention because that's when the mailers come to their doors. That's when more lit drops are happening. That's when we're sign waving or at the grocery store. That's when our cable ads or something are there. And that's when they start paying attention.
So would you agree that these voters who are unaffiliated choose to be unaffiliated?
Again, the right question. Some do, some don't. There's
sorry?
some folks, and again, so if I could, a lot of young people consider themselves independent-minded. When people move from 20 other states in the United States, 20 states have open primaries, and say they don't realize that they're not going to be able to vote in the primaries unless they choose a team, basically. And so this enables them. Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Please.
Yeah, so this just enables them to get engaged if they choose. Most of them won't. This is not going to result in throngs of unaffiliated voters rushing to the polls during early voting to cast a ballot. But some folks do, and we saw those numbers, and the numbers, as I mentioned yesterday, a 50% increase in provisional ballots. At least a chunk of those were because they wanted to vote and weren't allowed to.
So, listen to your answer. You're saying that you're looking out for some, and I think you said young people who might be not aware of the process.
So young people are disproportionately registering independent. That's what studies show. And I meant to try to talk to our wonderful pages and see whether they were registered yet and how they were affiliated. But I would bet that most of them are unaffiliated.
But it's a
also
choice.
People.
It's a choice they make to be unaffiliated.
You are right. But in our
we don't
democracy,
like the choice they made?
In our democracy, Senator, we try to, in Maryland, we have tried to make the franchise more accessible, whether it's for returning citizens, whether it's allowing people to vote by mail for no excuse. We used to have an excuse for absentee voting is what we called it. You had to be absent or sick. And now it's just because I feel like it. We want to make it easier for people to vote.
Right, okay. So in the committee, what was the committee vote on this bill, to send the bill to the floor?
The committee vote was 7-4.
7-4?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Was it a, how should I ask? How can you ask?
It was a bipartisan.
Vote
It was
on
a
both sides?
bipartisan vote. Yes.
Both sides?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, wow, this is amazing. So, I just really wonder, and maybe, I don't know if you can answer this, we try to respect the decision of people. If someone say, I don't like a R or a D, I'm going to be unaffiliated, that could be for a good reason. You know, we often quote the behavior of our elected officials in Washington, and people say, hey, you know, I don't want to be part of any of that bad behavior, R or D, and so I will be unaffiliated. And so with that, why should we go out of our way to make it feel that they're making a dumb decision? You might be young and you don't know what you're doing, so we're going to work on you even up to when you show up to the voting location to tell you that you can go on either side.
Well, I don't think any of us judge our constituents as dumb. I think we just want them to be engaged in the process if they choose to be. I want to share, colleagues, Mr. President?
Sorry, there's a weird sound. I don't know if so we're trying to figure out what it is.
Okay. I want to share some statistics briefly with you all. To my friends on the Republican side of the aisle, voter registration numbers, the high point that the Republican Party has ever reached in Maryland, I shouldn't say ever, we went back to 1990, so that's a pretty long time ago. The highest percentage you ever got to was 31.7. Of all of the people registered in the state of Maryland, 31.7% in 1990 affiliated with Republicans. That number now, it has been sliding and decreasing and declining, and now that number, 2024, is 23.8. Now, let me tell you, Democrats, the numbers aren't great for us either. Back in 1990, 63.1%, 63.1, almost 2 in every 3 voters said, I'm a Democrat. And you know what that number is today? Again, it's been declining. Today it's 52.9, barely half. Now let me do the contrast here, and I'm going to say it again. I said it yesterday. 1990, 8% chose to be unaffiliated. And now that number is 21.4. The trend is clear. Neither Democrats nor Republicans are growing in their affiliations. Neither one is engaging younger voters or immigrants or people who move from other states. That's who generally is choosing to be unaffiliated. If we want to grow our parties, the Democratic or the Republican parties, we have to offer to open the door. This is a compromise, and it simply says, rather than more than 21 days in advance, that you can decide to affiliate, cast a provisional ballot up to 5 days before Election Day.
Okay, so one final question. Madam Floor Leader, so someone who's running for office, whether R or D, they took the dive and they choose to identify as an R, Republican or Democrat, because they could be unaffiliated too and go to Green Party, whatever, and get on the ballot. But do they have to then reach out to all the unaffiliated voters? Do they have to send mailers and to all these, because they know that they can show up and go either way? I mean, how is that fair to people running for office who decide to take the leap of faith to run for office?
We're talking about numbers. We're talking about campaign strategy. So first off, it's up to each of us as we run our campaigns. As I mentioned yesterday, 46 of the 47 of us won with more than 55% of the vote. So having a small handful of unaffiliated voters show up at the poll is unlikely to be threatening to any of us or to, frankly, any of our colleagues across the hallway. In terms of party affiliation changes of provisional ballots, according to the State Board of Elections, literally there were 5,075 people statewide who cast a provisional ballot because of party registration.
Okay, and
We're
thank you.
not talking about throngs.
Thank
We're
you so
talking
much.
about those who get inspired. We're going to open the door and welcome them to our parties.
Yeah, thank you for that, and I appreciate the answers. Thank you for your time. And I think I'll be voting red on this bill because I just really don't agree with it. Thank you.
All right, let's hear from the chair of the committee.
Yeah, Mr. President, we've got a large, long queue. I'm looking at that stack right there, and this bill I think is going to take up a fair more amount of time. I'd like to special order this bill till the afternoon session, if that's acceptable to the body.
Any objections? Any objections? Without objection, we'll special order the bill to the appropriate time to the special session, or not the special session, the afternoon session. We'll see whether or not it's special. That's to be determined. All right. Clerk, is that the last one on that one? Oh, that's right. Okay, let's go to executive nominations. Let's take up the report first. This is report number 5. Clerk will read the report.
Report number 5. The Senate Executive Nominations Committee reports favorably on the attached appointments and recommends the Senate of Maryland advise and consent to these appointments. Antonio Hayes, Chair.
Recognizing the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Calendar 5 is a calendar that includes nominees on a variety of boards and commissions. This is the list based on the nominees we heard this past Monday night. The names of the nominees can be found on the floor system under the Other Business tab. I request that we consider these nominees in regular session under Rule 22 and move that we special order this report until the appropriate time tomorrow, March 15th.
All right. The chairman has moved to special order the report and hear it in open session at the appropriate time tomorrow. Any objections? Any objections? Without objection, so ordered. Senators, please make sure to take a look at the listing of nominations and separate out, or be prepared to separate out if we could give notice to the chair ahead of time if there are any separations. Let's go to now the report of the Committee on Executive Nominations. This is report number 1. Clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 1007, Senator Hayes, State Government Executive Appointments, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognizing the chair of the committee.
Sure, Mr. President. As amended, Senate Bill 1007 reinforces the Maryland Constitutional's requirement that the governor must submit Senate confirmation nominations to the Senate by the 40th day of a regular session, and the term of an office will end if the term of the office will end during the upcoming recess. The governor may submit a nomination after 40th day only if the Senate consents to examine the nominee. The bill also provides that an officer may not hold over more than 4 years after the officer's term expires. Finally, the bill makes technical and clarifying changes to current law regarding recess appointees. There are 2 committee amendments. Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 adds an emergency provision that authorizes the governor to appoint an individual to the State Board of Elections during a recess of the Senate, regardless of the requirement that the nomination be submitted by the 40th day of session, extends the effective date for the remaining provisions of the bill from June 1st, 2024 to June 1st, 2025, and it increases the number of years an individual may hold over to 4 years. I move the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and favorable committee report.
Floor leaders move for the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. Recognizing the floor leader.
Mr. President, we'd like to lay this over until...
Oh, it'll come up at our next session.
Okay,
this afternoon.
next session, yes.
All right,
absolutely.
Senators, motions in order. The bill and the amendments will lay over under the rule. All right, let's go to budget and tax. This is unfinished business. This is report number 9. Report number 9. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 138, Senator Hayes, Baltimore City Property Taxes Authority to set a special rate for vacant and abandoned property, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognizing the Senator from Baltimore City is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 138, as amended, authorizes counties in Baltimore City to set a special tax rate for vacant lots or improved properties cited as vacant and unfit for habitation. There are 2 committee amendments. The first is technical. The second adds authorities for the counties and requires an annual report that must be submitted if any local governments establish a special rate. Move adoption of the committee amendments, Mr. President, and a favorable report.
All right, floor leader moves for the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 138 is hereby ordered printed for 3rd reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 589, Senator Bailey, Tri-County Council for Southern Maryland Agriculture Development Commission funding, favorable.
I think we may be the senator from the 29th district, potentially is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 589 deals with the Tri-County Council for Southern Maryland and the funding for the Southern Maryland Agricultural Development Commission. What it does is for the last 20 years since the Cigarette Restitution Fund was created and we took tobacco away from Southern Maryland farmers, they've been funded with $900,000. And now we're increasing that to $1 million. So it's a $100,000 increase. There were no committee amendments. I move the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 589 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 677, the President, Comptroller, Electronic Tax and Fee Return Filing Requirements, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognizing the bill sponsor. Nope. Senator from Montgomery is the floor leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Putting on my former life's hat as a former employee of the Comptroller's office, I understood how we used to be on Saturdays, we used to go to the basement of the Revenue Administration Division and open up tens of thousands of envelopes and sort the mail and make sure that people were getting their refunds. Over the many years, there's been this thing called Maryland Tax Connect. And what we've done is, and really through the leadership of this body, move people to electronic filing. What this bill does is this is at the request of the Comptroller's office, and this starts moving business taxes and other mechanisms of filing paper to electronic. We're still doing what as amended, the bill still does what it can to allow certain Marylanders to still file paper, but this is still moving us to electronic filing. And why that's important is it cuts down on fraud, on people stealing people's identity and filing taxes fraudulently, and it also makes sure that that the state is able to better track it. There is 2 amendments. One makes technical changes, and the second amendment makes technical corrections, defines certain terms, establishes civil penalties, and exempts a person who has a disability for religious beliefs and that cannot file electronically. It also sets up other exemptions as well. There was no opposition. I move the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 677 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 878, Senator Klossmeyer, Gaming, Problem Gambling, Prevalent Study, and Funding Revenue, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognizing Chair of the Committee is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you may all know, that the casinos have been paying into a fund for problem gaming for some time now. When we did sports wagering, we did not add a component for revenues that come from sports wagering to be contributing to that fund. So all that this bill does is that 1% of that of sports wagering revenues, as well as fantasy competition revenues, and that will be used for a number of things the fund does, one of which is some studies, but also it provides a 24/7 hotline, counseling services, and addiction services. And we have 2 amendments. Well, number 1 makes technical changes. The second removes the lottery revenues from the bill and adds a reporting requirement. Move the amendments and the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 878 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 1092, Senator Gazzone, Vehicle Registration Emergency Medical System Surcharge Increase in Distribution of Funds, favorable with 4 amendments.
Recognizing the bill sponsor is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know you asked us not to read it all, but I'm going to read this one because there are a lot of complicated component parts to this, and then I'll try to explain it in more simple terms. This is a very important bill. It involves our trauma system across the state and ensuring that it has adequate funding as we move forward. So Senate Bill 1092 increases the annual surcharge on vehicle registration fees that supports emergency medical services in the state by $23 from $17 to $40. The bill also increases the portion of that surcharge distributed to the Maryland Trauma Physician Service Fund by $5 from $250 to $750. The bill also ensures a constant level of funding for the R. Adams Cawley Shock Trauma Center at least $9 of the $40 surcharge must be annually allocated by the governor to the center, with the balance paid to the Maryland Emergency Medical System Operations Fund. There are 4 amendments. Amendment 1 makes technical changes to the bill. Amendment 2 defines certain terms and specifies that the Maryland Trauma Physicians Fund consists of the registration surcharge, 10% of fines collected for DUIs and impaired driving. The amendment also increases the reimbursement rate for on-call physicians from 30% to 35% in level 2 trauma centers and from 35 to 40% in level 3 trauma centers. It also gives authority to the commission to change the percentage under certain circumstances. The amendment also adds additional items for the commission to include in its annual report to the General Assembly and requires the commission to award an annual grant from the fund to level 1 pediatric trauma centers. Amendment 3 increases the fines for the first and second offense of a person convicted of a violation of drunk or impaired driving by 10%. Amendment 4 makes the annual appropriation beginning in 2026 at least $16,500,000 to the Amos Fund, Fire and Rescue and Ambulance Fund. So, Mr. President, that is what it does. So what does that mean? So our trauma center and all of our emergency medical system actually falls into what I think of as 3 buckets. The one is shock trauma, the main shock trauma that we're all aware of in Baltimore. The second is what is referred to as MIMSOF, which a whole host of things, and I'll go into very quickly in a minute. And then the third is the Physician Fund. In the Physician Fund, we have 8 trauma centers that don't, well, one does, but they provide various levels of service, but trauma services across the state. And so in each instance, as we've been looking out into the future, there will not be the resources based on the current amount of money that's coming in right now to cover the costs for all of those entities. And all of those entities put together are what makes up the whole system. So again, we're all familiar with shock trauma downtown, and we know that they're receive a great number of the cases, serious cases, everything from falls and accidents in cars to gunshot wounds, you name it. And they're there, and we all know that they have a tremendous success ratio. I think they're about 97, depends who you talk to, but 97 at least %. If you get there to them, you're going to live. And so that particular piece of the system has been struggling because of increased cost, largely because of personnel costs. We have 9 operating rooms at shock trauma, and they've been only able to keep open 6. And there's a tremendous, if you've ever been there, you know that there is a tremendous team of folks with all kinds of specialties working to ensure that people who have had an accident survive. The second part, and they're all kind of integrated in a way, but the second part is MIMSOF. And on MIMSOF, there's multiple components. And the first part is the Maryland Fire and Rescue Institute, which is basically a training operation for our first responders. The second is MIMS, which is basically the coordinating entity that keeps all the communication flowing whenever there's an emergency and how that reaches out to everyone who needs to hear it. Then, of course, the Shock Trauma Center. There's something called the Amos Fund. You might have heard me say that was in an amendment
For a number of years, that's been funded at a constant rate of $15 million, and we're going to bump it up to 16.5, and that's for local fire departments to purchase ambulances and other equipment, and it's helpful in that regard. The big component part of this MEMSOF is the Maryland State Police Aviation Division. And if you can imagine the helicopters that are bringing people to shock trauma over the years, the maintenance that's included with that, the upkeep that's included, the parts, everything that to keep those flying safely and making sure that they're doing what they need to do. And then there's also a component for increasing the salaries in there. And then finally, as I said before, there are these trauma centers across the state, and they rely on what's called as the Trauma Physician Fund. And primarily what is going on there is that we have to ensure that there are physicians who have the expertise in these areas to do the work when it needs to be done, which requires folks to be on call. And that on-call cost is significant. And so what this bill does, in a nutshell, is ensure, let me just say that, just to give you a perception of where we are, even this year, when we went into this year, we believed that there was $4.8 million left in the fund at the beginning of the session, and things were revised already since then, and we're down to about $800,000. We have been adding, and we added last year a number of millions to sort of do a stopgap on this and ensure that we could keep providing these services until essentially next year. It's time that we look at this, look at how we've been funding it, and we did. We had a commission that studied this over the interim. And based on that and other conversations along the way, these three component parts, we believe, need the funds for these purposes. Again, it's $23 a year on the registration, and for, as we all know, registration for cars is every 2 years. So in reality, it's $46 on the registration. This is life-saving stuff. It's not only life-saving, it's also good results measures. So it's an important service. We have the best in the world, I believe. I think we should all be very proud of it in this state. And Mr. President, I'm going to ask that we lay this over till. Well, how do we? Is that? Can I do it to the first session tomorrow?
Well, probably not, but we could special order it tomorrow or when it comes back up.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay. All right. The motion is in order. The bill and the amendments will lie over under the rule. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excellent. Under the rule, laid over under the rule. All right. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 1142, Senator Zucker, Tax Clinics for Low-Income Marylanders, funding favorable.
Recognize the bill sponsor as the floor leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Senate Bill 1142 might look familiar to you, because it is. This is a bill that we passed unanimously last year. This helps provide counsel and help in court for those with their state taxes. The reason why this is back is when it became law, there was another bill that followed it, and when that bill became effective, it struck this from the code entirely. So this bill puts it back in code. This doesn't happen that often, but we want to make sure this gets back on the books. There were no committee amendments because it's in the same posture that we passed unanimously. So I move the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 1142 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. All right, let's go to calendar 10 out of B&T. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 703, Senator Hayes, Board of Public Works Transparency Dashboard, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognizing the senator from Montgomery County is the floor leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Senate Bill 703, according to the sponsor, is one of the best bills that's ever been presented. But this is about transparency. And this is a good bill because it's going to allow transparency and require the Office of the Comptroller, in coordination with the governor and the state treasurer, to provide information on websites related to state procurement. So this is a transparency bill, and it will be up to the Comptroller's office to maintain and establish the website. There are 2 committee amendments. The first one makes technical changes to the title, and the second requires the dashboard to be published on the Board of Public Works website in consultation with the governor, the comptroller, and the treasurer. There was no opposition. I would move the 2 committee amendments and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. The question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objection? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 703 is hereby ordered printed for 3rd reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 706, Senator Jackson, Law Enforcement Officers Pension System, Reemployment as Sheriff, favorable with 1 amendment.
Recognizing the bill sponsor is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, Senate Bill 706, as amended, is a joint committee on pensions bill that requires the Board of Trustees of the State Retirement and Pension System to temporarily suspend the retirement allowance of a retiree of the law enforcement officer's pension system who is elected as sheriff within 1 year of retiring from LEOP's law enforcement officer's pension system. The retiree's allowance is reinstated when the retiree ceases serving as sheriff. While the allowance is suspended, the retiree's family is still entitled to survivor's benefits under current law. There's 1 amendment. The amendment reduces the time that the retiree, a LEOPS member, must wait before being elected as sheriff from 5 years to 1 year, and applies the bill prospectively moving forward to individuals retiring after the bill takes effect. The bill voted out of committee 13-0. Move adoption of the committee amendment and the committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 1 committee amendment and the favorable committee report. On the amendment, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 1 committee amendment is adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objection? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 706 is hereby ordered printed for 3rd reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 784, Senator Elfreth, Comprehensive Community Safety Funding Act, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognizing the bill sponsors, the floor leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Colleagues, we just had a discussion about the importance of our trauma system. And I'll note that 40 years ago, this body made the decision to fund that trauma system in part through, at that time, the leading cause of what was making people present to the trauma system at that time, and still remains the highest, is vehicle accidents. It's why we tied it directly to vehicle registration. Not all of us are going to get into accidents or cause accidents, but if God forbid we are, we have that trauma system to rely on, and it's, as the chair said, best in the country, if not the world. We went about over the interim working with the trauma system across the state to figure out other ways to shore that up, given what are looming challenges with its sustainability. And one of the answers that was presented by the trauma systems themselves is we are seeing an increase in people presenting to our trauma systems, an increase in gunshot wounds. And so this idea actually came from the physicians themselves who are treating those gunshot wounds. Just in the last 10 years at shock trauma in Baltimore City, they have seen the number of patients experiencing a gunshot wound in 2013 was 4.9%. In 2023, that grew to 10%. And these are also incredibly complicated situations, more expensive on the system itself than other accidents. And so from that work, we bring you Senate Bill 784, which will, if passed, change the tax on gross receipts. The bills introduced had a tax on gross receipts of guns and ammunition and accessories. The committee amended the bill to change that from an excise tax to a sales tax of 11%. Currently, those items are taxed at the 6% regular sales tax rate. This would put them at 11%, again, for those firearms, firearm accessories, and ammunition. And secondly, it creates a sales tax exemption for the purchase of firearm accessories and ammunition for law enforcement officers, retired law enforcement officers, or a member of the Armed Services or National Guard. And 3, the sales tax is estimated to generate about $11 million that will then be dispersed through a formula that's outlined in the bill. And that formula is as follows: 44% to the Maryland Trauma Physicians Fund that we just discussed, that covers the centers across the state. 29% to shock trauma. 23% of the funds would go to the violence intervention and prevention program, so actually getting ahead of the violence before it starts and trying to interrupt that violence before it begins. 2% to the Survivors of Homicide Victims Grant Program, and 2% to the proposed Center for Firearm Violence Prevention and Intervention that I believe we debated just a few moments ago. So as I mentioned, there are 2 committee amendments. The first is technical. The second rewrites the bill, as I mentioned, from an excise tax to a sales tax, and then includes that exemption that the committee debated at length yesterday. And with that, Mr. President, I move adoption of the 2 amendments in the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 2 committee amendments in the favorable committee report. On the amendment, chair recognizes the senator from the 35th district.
Time to ask questions.
Senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. So it's now changed an increase in sales tax. So roughly, in comparison to our neighboring states now, how much more expensive will it be to buy these products in Maryland when we have neighbors very close to us in other states?
I will check on the sales tax rate in Virginia, but I believe it's 6%. So Virginia's around is 6%, and so this would represent a 5% increase.
Okay.
Compared to Virginia.
And this is two bills now that we've heard in succession that through special funds are trying totally for funding MSOFT, and those are definitely priorities. I guess my question is, why are we going this route? And if it's such a priority, why is it not just through the regular budget process? Why do we have to rely on a special fund like this?
It's an excellent question, Senator, and back to how I started the argument. When we first dreamed up 40 plus years ago, funding the park, the shock trauma, we wanted to connect the cause of what is bringing people to need that service to funding that service, in that case, vehicle registration, as we just mentioned. Again, I don't plan on getting in an accident. I hope you don't plan on getting in an accident. But if, God forbid, we are, we have paid into that service. This is the same logical thought process of something is, in this case, gunshot wounds are increasing, and it is our trauma centers that are responsible for, again, saving lives when people are in that circumstance. And so the bill simply, in the same logic, suggests that we should tie part of the cause to saving lives and the services that our constituents come to expect.
Okay. Let me just question that premise a little bit. So these taxes are going to go up on people that are probably mostly legal, law-abiding citizens. I understand you're trying, okay, there are more gunshot wounds, so you're trying to get funding that's related. But what we're seeing in shock trauma, how many of these bullet wounds are from these guns that are purchased lawfully? And
I don't have that data, Senator, but I believe that's part of the intention of the governor's bill to create an actual, center within the Department of Health to tie the data directly back in terms of crimes committed to this very question.
And until we see that data, wouldn't you say there's a pretty good chance of the injuries you're seeing at shock traumas as a result of firearm injuries are probably from a lot of illegally obtained guns and ghost, stuff like that, and not? I haven't heard of a huge issue with a bunch of law-abiding citizens that are shooting, have these victims that are going into shock trauma. It's probably mostly criminal activity that's leading to this. So that's where I see a problem with the correlation.
I understand. I don't have that data in front of me. I can share with you that in this very district that I represent, we had a horrible incident of gun violence just last year. 3 people lost their lives. A number of other people were injured, and that was by a legally purchased gun. And so I don't have the breakdown of the data, but certainly any of our constituents who are the victims of a gunshot wound would now benefit from ensuring the services that will save their lives. Again, 99% life-saving rate at shock trauma. If you get there in the golden hour, I think that's a service our constituents come to expect.
And I totally agree. I just question is just the avenue to get there.
Very fair.
And just one other thing, if you could respond to, Marie, and this would pertain to the previous bill as well. You know, we're hearing about inflation still ticking up, gas prices. You know, we have a lot of people in the state are already suffering some hard times with these pocketbook issues, and now you have, you know, law-abiding citizens that are going to have to pay more. That just doesn't seem fair to the folks that are doing things the right way, that now they're paying more when nothing, an overwhelming majority that have done has caused this issue. So I don't know if there was any talk about that or in your committee.
It came up in committee, and again, if that's your basis for your vote, I understand that, but the committee feels strongly that there is a direct nexus and that this is a responsible measure.
Okay, well, I appreciate trying to fund the you know, these different programs. You know, I had an amendment last year on the Canvas bill that would have helped towards this, and unfortunately it was turned down. That would have been another funding revenue, but thank you for your answers.
Thank you, Senator.
All right, on the two amendments, Chair recognizes the senator from District 4, followed by the senator from District 42.
Thank you, Mr. President. The floor
to yield?
Yes.
Senator may proceed.
So, Senator, thank you for bringing the bill forward. I just wanted to touch base on a couple very relative points. If you go to West Virginia, which is one of our border states, do you know what the sales tax is there on guns and ammo?
I do not.
It's 0. West Virginia charges 0 sales tax on guns and ammo. So by nature of the design of this bill, we are actually putting a tax on our own FFLs in Maryland, a business tax on them that can have devastating consequences to them as business owners, small business owners, and could literally run them out of business in the state of Maryland. That seems pretty unfair to those people, because they can go and buy the same gun across the river for 11% less. I just think that this is, do you have any comment to that on why we would do such a thing as reckless as this? That, you know, when we're talking about we're in a funding deficit and this is how we're going to do it, is tax this one entity?
Well, I'm not sure I agree with your preface that this is reckless. I think we make tax policy decisions every year when it comes to tobacco, for instance. We have this debate on the floor. It's a fair debate. The committee decided that this was a responsible measure. Again, moving it from an 11% excise tax, which would have been on top of the 6% sales tax, moving it to an 11% sales tax. The bill is more balanced as amended as it came in as introduced.
Okay. I stand corrected. 11% was reckless. 5% is still very bad, but 11% was really over the top.
And Senator, I am getting data right now from our analysts that in Pennsylvania there is a $3 surcharge on guns, and that is on top of their 6% sales tax. So just looking at all the states.
And relative to any gun purchase, that factors out to what percent?
In Pennsylvania?
Mm-hmm.
I don't have that information.
So $3 would be not even, that would be on a $50 purchase in the state of Maryland, roughly.
And then 6% sales tax on top of it.
Correct.
Okay.
But we're adding it to everything and above that. Anything and above $50 is going to be additional fees compared to Pennsylvania. So that's not even, if you want to go with a $3 thing, hey, we're all ears ready to listen to that, but we're taxing the entire amount for this certain sector. And you know, you made a really great point earlier when you said connect the calls. I thought that was really good, because we connect the calls. We just had a great discussion and presentation by the chairman about the calls of car crashes, and we're sending a lot of people to shock trauma. So we need to be able to maintain those resources. Now we're saying, and those are probably, I think, in the area of about just under 40%, somewhere in that area, I believe, is what the new number is. We're saying gun violence is around 10%. We're up 7% from the date you gave about a decade ago, I suppose. But the largest overwhelming contributor to those taking the shock trauma is from what?
Seniors falling.
Seniors falling. So I guess I'm asking, why aren't we like looking to do the same thing on those slippery tiles that are seemingly, are we going to put that, is that what's next? We're going to make tile to be etched so it's not fall, resistant? Are we going to require ladders to have a tax put on them? I mean, that's the largest contributor. It's overwhelming. Almost half are from falls. And not just senior falls, but predominantly senior falls, but from falls. So are we going to add a tax to ladders? Are we going to add a tax to tile? Is that being considered? Because there's a lot of tile in this state.
Senator, I appreciate your question. I would encourage everybody in this body to visit Shock Trauma or Johns Hopkins or any trauma center and visit with the trauma physicians. Mr. President, I can share when I visited at Johns Hopkins Pediatric Trauma Center, which is also the lead trauma center for burns. The doctors talked about ramen noodles causing havoc and being the leading cause of a lot of young people. But I think I understand your logic. I think we're trying our best to but choose the exact causes and nexus between. So I mean, it's a little bit of a funny example, but my point here is we've seen this uptick in gunshot wound victims. They are incredibly expensive cases, complicated cases. You can, again, I encourage you to speak with trauma physicians about the complicating factors of what gunshot wounds cause in our community. And again, this bill is just trying to create that, the nexus is there, it's trying to tie the cause to the solution.
Having been on far too many shootings than I care to elaborate on, and making so many notifications to families that their loved ones are not coming home, I will tell you that I agree, any of those are too many. But this body fails time and time again to move meaningful legislation forward to those that are the illegal gun owners holding and using those in crime. We fail time and time again. And here's another example of this body levying a tax on legal gun owners to prohibit FFLs from thriving in our state, which is their absolute right. And we're minimizing their right. And we're sending our people to other states where they can get the same exact item in West Virginia for no tax. So they can save 11%. That is wholly unfair, inequitable, and completely inappropriate. I would urge the body, we should not be doing this. Government should not be picking winners and losers when it's available all across our state, all across our country. And if we are going to do that, then we need to do it equitably. Tile manufacturers, ladder manufacturers, all those ramen, put it on the ramen. That's a dangerous dollar. Put it on there. It's important because if that's what these experts are telling you, because that's the impetus from this bill was that these surgeons are telling you that this is a needed fee because they're seeing an uptick in this, then why aren't we doing it for these things also? And then with that, it's rhetorical. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, you're from the minority leader on the amendments.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The floor leader, continue to yield, please.
Sarah, may I proceed?
Thank you. I just feel it's only responsible if my colleague was talking about West Virginia and there being no tax there. Obviously, also familiar with Delaware and the Eastern Shore, no sales tax there as well too. So a lot of the same type of issues that we are bordered by surrounding states, and unfortunately, this body sometimes just operates in a bubble and doesn't consider what's going on when we make changes like this, because we have obviously a lot of businesses here in the Eastern Shore that rely on hunting. In fact, didn't we have a bill earlier this year that dealt with Sika deer, right?
Yes.
So my question with respect to that, does this tax go on firearms, such as shotguns?
Yes.
And so shotguns, it would
also could cause gunshot wounds that are devastating for communities and our trauma system.
So when the doctors presented this idea to you, physicians presented this idea, did they talk about how many wounds came in from shotgun blasts?
I'm not sure we collect that data.
Did not collect that data. So shotguns, and obviously the ammunition for shotguns would be taxed at 11% as well too?
Yes.
Okay, so again, I think this is important. We recognize what we're doing to businesses in the state of Maryland. We're going to put businesses out. So I've got a lot of stores in the state, in the Eastern Shore that sell things to all the people that we're trying to attract to Maryland to come down and hunt, seek a deer and other things, and yet we're going to tax them 11% as they drive through from Pennsylvania and places that they're coming through and go through Delaware. They're going to stop there, buy ammunition, buy magazines, firearm scopes, they might need a new stock, a new grip, handguard, or even body armor for some reason. I guess we're taxing body armor at 11%. But they're going to stop there on their way down to Maryland and spend money there. And yet we're somehow saying that these types of hunting activities has a nexus to the injuries that we're seeing at shock trauma?
That is the bill as it's introduced and amended, yes. And I can share from West Virginia, the exemption only exists for small arms and small arms ammo, so it seems they don't have an exception for the hunting materials you're speaking to.
That was in West Virginia, is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, well, in Delaware, it's zero sales tax, so that's what I was speaking to.
Yes.
But and I think that's the other thing. Is there also a theory here that increasing the tax will reduce the violence?
That's not the theory behind the bill. Part of the funding the bill goes towards is violence intervention and interruption programs in our communities to stop gun violence before it begins. There's not a single witness or evidence to suggest that increasing this tax would inhibit anybody's Second Amendment rights or inhibit or stop gun violence. At the same time, the funding is going to go towards hopefully interrupting the violence before it begins, and then go towards, as I said, the trauma system that saves the lives once, God forbid, it does happen.
Right. And, again, I think that you'd mentioned previously there were a number of reasons, obviously, why individuals end up in shock trauma. Gun violence is probably lower on the list than some of the other things that we've seen. But, okay, well, I appreciate it. I just, again, want to make sure that when we make these decisions to do one thing, that it has a ripple down effect.
Absolutely.
And it's certainly going to hurt businesses in my district, in Western Maryland, throughout the Eastern Shore that have been there for many, many years. And, we rely on tourism as a big part of the Eastern Shore. And as our counties, Mr. President, are now struggling with this blueprint for Maryland's future and trying to find ways to fund that, all we keep seeing over and over again, and I know there's another bill coming that's going to restrict what counties can potentially charge for solar projects, but we start to restrict the way that our counties can raise money in a way that is agreeable by both sides. And again, so as we come back and continue to complain that we can't fund the blueprint from the county perspective, we'll then go back to all of these reasons on why businesses are leaving the state of Maryland and why we can't do some of the things when we use the resources that are valuable to us to potentially bring in revenue, that those get ended as well. So I appreciate the responses. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. All right, let's hear from the Chair of Finance, Senator from Anne Arundel.
Thank you. Senator from District 32. So often we talk about money, and our whole discussion is framed around money and the cost. And I sorry to disagree with my friend from the Eastern Shore, but in 2022, the CDC said that there were 26,993 deaths by suicide with guns. And I'll tell you a story about my cousin. My cousin at age 53 had a fully licensed handgun. It was a legal gun. He was having a hard time in his life. He took this gun and held it in the roof of his mouth and tried to kill himself, but it didn't work. He laid in shock trauma for almost 3 weeks before he died. And he couldn't talk. We don't even know if he knew we were there visiting him. It was so sad. And to think that we had 26,993 people in our country in 1 year dying by suicide with gun, I think we need to do something to help shock trauma take care of these patients. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. All right, on the amendments, further discussion. Chair recognizes the Senator from the 42nd District on the amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I also have a short colloquy with the sponsor of the
Senator
amendment?
may proceed.
Sponsor of the bill. There's no
Is that
question.
a piffle series of questions?
Yes.
It's great Scrabble words.
Maybe a little longer than a piffle. but not much. So there's no question that where this money is going is important. It's part of the core responsibility of the state of Maryland to its citizens, much like providing food for people who are hungry. We have to do these things. Shock trauma is essential. But it's essential, in my view, it's essential that the state in general, overall, provide this, not just a small number of the constituents in the state. So this bill is going to be challenged on the constitutional grounds. And when it is, the colloquy that we're having on the floor will be transcribed and will be part of the legislative record, which will be referred to by litigants on both sides of the issue. So our colloquy is important. Now, a while ago, you were asked, you indicated that the basis for taxing gun purchases in the state was because guns are used frequently and result in injuries which go to shock trauma. But you were asked whether you had any data to show whether or not the people who are buying guns legally and are being checked out, their backgrounds are being checked at the time they purchase their weapons, whether those guns are the ones that are resulting in the injuries that produce shock trauma patients. And you indicated that you did not have that information at this time. My request at this point, Mr. President, is that we lay this bill over so that you can find that information and bring it back to us when we resume talking about this bill and share it with us on the floor so it will become part of the legislative record.
Mr. President, that is an automatic layover, and I understand. If I may clarify, Senator, I'm not sure that data exists, not that I just don't have it, but I will do my best to get you an answer.
Well, when we come back, we should find out whether the data exists. And if it doesn't exist, relying on non-existent data to impose a tax on citizens who are lawfully under the Second Amendment purchasing guns is something that will be a subject of focused conversation when this bill gets into the courts.
Thank you, Senator.
All right, the senator's motion is in order. The bill and the amendment will lie over under the rules. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 880, Senator Jackson, State Retirement and Pension System, Average Final Compensation, Compensation Adjustments, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognizing the chair of the Pension Subcommittee is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, Senate Bill 880 as amended is a joint committee on pensions bill that establishes that for the calculation of the average final compensation for a member of the state retirement and pension system, a salary increase is not an extraordinary salary increase if it is related to a review and adjustment to the compensation for a position classification to address inequities in compensation among employees in the same position classification, or increase the compensation for the position classification to be more consistent with market compensation for the position. There are 2 amendments. The first is technical, changes the title. The second amendment applies the bill's provision to the state retirement pension retirement systems erroneously not included in the bill, and clarifies the process by which a member will notify the state retirement agency that a salary increase is exempt from being considered an extraordinary salary increase. Move adoption of the committee amendments as well as the committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objection? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 880 is hereby ordered printed for 3rd reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 881, Senator Zucker, Public Health, Federally Qualified Health Centers Grant Program Recovery of Funding, favorable with 1 amendment.
Recognize the bill sponsor is the floor leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Colleagues, Senate Bill 881 puts the Federal Qualified Health Program grant program in the same posture as other capital programs. What it does is it just alters the recovery period for leases from to 15 years and for those that are owned to 30 years. There was 1 committee amendment that clarifies what I said. It's moving the recovery period 15 years for leases and 30 years for property that's owned for federally qualified health centers. I move the 1 committee amendment and the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 1 committee amendment and the favorable committee report. On the amendment, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 1 committee amendment is adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 881 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 960, Senator Feldman, Maryland Clean Energy Center, Climate Technology Founders Fund, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognizing the senator from the capital city is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, Senate Bill 960 establishes a Climate Technology Founders Fund within the Maryland Clean Energy Center to provide really critical early stage startup funding for companies focused on qualified projects in climate technologies. It is an emerging technologies opportunity, particularly because climate change affects Maryland disproportionately compared to other states, and we have a whole lot of thought talent here in the state that would that really needs this startup funding. The funding recipients must provide a 1-to-1 matching funds to qualify, and the bill requires the transfer to start up this fund from the Strategic Energy Investment Fund, the SEIF that we discussed yesterday, to the new fund within the Clean Energy Center from fiscal years 25 to 28. And the bill repeals an existing distribution from that SEIF fund to the Small Minority and Women-Owned Business account in the Department of Commerce. So all in all, Mr. President, as amended, there is a net neutral effect on the SEIF fund. We're just moving $1.2 million from Commerce to Clean Energy. There are 2 committee amendments. The first is technical, and the second provides the maximum distribution of funds for certain uses and establishes funding priorities. And finally, the amendment strikes a current distribution of SEIF funds to allow greater flexibility to the Maryland Energy Administration. I move adoption of the committee amendments and the favorable committee report.
All right, floor leader moves to the adoption of the 2 committee amendments to the favorable committee report. That's quite a ring. Recognizing the minority whip on the amendments.
I wonder if the floor leader could yield for a question.
Sure.
Senator may proceed.
Thank you so much. So I was glad that you got to the point about it's a net zero on SEIF, which is good because we've talked about how that seems to be kind of a piggy bank that we're trying to be sure we keep an eye on. Could you just clarify for me, we've had a lot the last 2 sessions dealing with funds that deal with commerce funds versus climate versus Equitech, and that's a lot of moving parts. Some of them come through finance. Can you just clarify for me, what money is this taking from commerce? What were they using this $1.2 million for? Or were they not using it, or?
Excellent question, Senator. So it was targeted for the Small Minority Women-Owned Business account, which is also funded by VLT fundings, Video Lottery Terminal funds, but apparently it has never been used, and every year that money has been returned back to the SEIF account.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, on the amendments, any further discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 960 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 972, Senator Gazone, Correctional Officers Retirement System Membership, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognizing the chair of the Pension Subcommittee is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, Senate Bill 972, as amended, makes specified employees of the Maryland Department of Health members of the Correctional Officers Retirement System as a condition of their employment. It also requires the Board of Trustees of the State Retirement and Pension System to transfer service credits earned by affected members of the Employment Retirement System and Employment Pension Systems to the Correctional Officers Retirement System. Unless an affected member opts out to have service credit transferred, the bill takes effect July 1, and provisions related to the transfer credit terminate on June 30th, 2025. There are 2 amendments. The first makes technical change to the title. The second adds a list of facilities in which the members are required to be employed, adds additional positions not included in the original bill, adds a previously omitted position in the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services, and clarifies the employees who may opt out of having employee systems service transferred into the correctional officers retirement system. I move adoption of the committee amendments as well as the committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 972 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 974, Senator Gazone, Behavioral Health Crisis Response Services, 988, Trust Fund Fees.
Recognizing the bill sponsors, the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. So 2020, the federal government passed an act establishing the 988 phone or numbers as a phone number for reaching behavioral health assistance. And in 2022, we began developing that system in Maryland. We've been dealing with it on a one-time basis, just money that we were able to do out of the general fund, knowing all along that we were going to have an ongoing fund source to make this work. And that's what we've done. This sets a fee of 25 cents a month on your phone bill. And so it's $3 a year. And for that $3 a year, we have a system that's going to do what we think and hope is best for our citizens. The first thing is that the idea of having this system will hopefully keep more folks out of emergency rooms. And that's a critical component. You know, it was a tragic story that the chair of finance told a minute ago. And, you know, I know if we think about it in every one of our lives, whether it's a friend or family member, we know that this exists, and we want to do everything in our power to prevent it. One of the reasons that we, from a cost perspective, don't want individuals showing up in emergency rooms for this purpose, for behavioral health issues, is the uncompensated care. Folks coming in into this emergency room and maybe not being insured, and lots of different reasons. The costs of being in an emergency room to deal with these kinds of issues in many cases, and if you talk, I'm sure you've heard from all your hospitals across the state, that in many cases they're not really equipped to deal with it. So the first thing is to hopefully avoid having folks coming into emergency rooms. The second really important thing has to do with when 911 is called and there is a police response for behavioral health issues. Now, this is a critical component because unfortunately, sometimes, because of a police response, and not because the police are necessarily untrained or it can lead to an escalation and unfortunately can cause more problems. And again, really what we want to do is get people reaching out on this system to get the help that they need right up front. This system is based on a crisis call centers, mobile crisis team services, crisis stabilization centers, and acute behavioral health care systems. It'll generate about $20 million a year. And just to be a little more specific about what we're getting for our money, there are 8 988 call centers across the state. And they have been working very diligently since this started to have an answer rate of 95% of calls answered within 30 seconds. They're about 90% answered at that rate at this moment. But they've been hiring. They've hired over 50 new counselors. They've been professionalizing the 988 workforce through transitioning away from part-time and volunteer staff. They've increased salaries. They purchased new phone data and tech platforms, expanded calls and referral services. There's a lot going on to make sure that this is part of an overall healthcare system. And this bill, Mr. President, one last thing. We are also, just for cost concerns, we do believe that we're going to be able to start collecting part of costs through Medicaid, and we're going to work through that process and hopefully pick up some from revenues there also. This bill has two amendments. One makes technical changes to the title. The second establishes a cap on administrative expenses for the Comptroller's Office of 6% for 3 years and then 3% beginning in fiscal year 2028. It exempts the federal Lifeline program from the fees and delays the implementation of fees on prepaid wireless until 2027. Mr. President, I move the amendments and the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the two committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the two committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 974 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 1065, Senator Gazone, Motor Vehicles Registration Annual Surcharge, favorable with two amendments.
Recognizing the senator from District 7 as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this is a bill that's been a long time coming. Deals with electric vehicles registration fees, or I'm sorry, gas tax, if you want to call it that. If you think about it, you know, when you go to fill your car up at the pump, you put the gas in your car, you're paying about 47 cents combined, state, federal, and gas tax. Electric vehicles, they don't pay anything. They have not paid anything. You know, originally the idea was to help the industry grow, get more on the road, so we had some tax incentives for people to buy them. But now that it's kind of matured, and by maturing, you know, 11% of all vehicles bought in Maryland the last 3 quarters of 2023 were electric vehicles. Right now there's 111 models on the road, and they're expected to be 150 by 2026. So they're becoming more prevalent, they're more out there. Mr. President, you know, we have legislation here that we've passed to pretty much go all electric by 2035. So the issue is we need more money for the Transportation Trust Fund. They're not paying their fair share. That's what this bill does. So the committee kind of discussed, you know, how to do it was the best way. There's kind of, if you think about it, 2 options. One, you pay by mile, or you just pay a flat fee. We discussed it. Some states do by mile. They have to fill out forms, send them in. It's pretty rigorous and inundated for the end user to do that, or you do by mile, and that's what we decided to do in the committee. So the bill now, the way it comes in, fully electric vehicles will pay $150 a year for their donation towards Transportation Trust Fund. The plug-in hybrid vehicles will be $122.50. Those are the vehicles that you actually plug in. There are 2 types of hybrids. There are some where it's both combustion engine as well as some type of electric component, but that is self-generation by the car itself through braking systems or something. It actually is able to produce some type of recharging of itself. That's not included. It's the ones that actually have to plug in. Those are 122. What it also, this bill does, it allows for installment payments for this, because you got to realize your car registration is done every 2 years. That's when this is going to be assessed on these vehicle owners. That's going to be $300. So just like you have an installment payment for gas tax, you pay it every time you go, once a week, once every 2 weeks, you're paying a little bit at a time. This allows for those owners to be able to do an installment payment. And it does have a clause in here that failure to pay, you cannot renew your registration or transfer the title. Mr. President, there were 2 amendments. The first was technical, changed the paragraph, purpose paragraph, and the second was changing those fees. As I said, you know, we looked at different options of the amount, and we came up with 150 and 122.50 for those. There was no, it was actually unanimous in committee in the vote. So, Mr. President, I move favorable on the committee and amendments.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, Chair recognizes the minority whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually, I think it's I am not unsupportive of the measure. I think we do have to look at this issue very closely with the rise of electric vehicles. I would like to consider a couple of ideas, so maybe ask for the bill and the amendments to, oh, you have a question? Well, Mr. President, I would like to perhaps make a motion soon about giving us a little time to look at a couple things, but I would defer to a colleague that may want to ask a question.
All right. Let's recognize the senator
Thank
from
you.
Baltimore County.
Thank you. To the
Floor to yield. Senator may proceed.
I have just a question.
Ma'am.
My car is a plug-in, but it's also got that combustible system where it generates electricity.
If it plugs in, and that is based off of your car registration, actually the way the MVA registers the vehicle, the code it uses, if it plugs in, it would be falling underneath this legislation.
But it's a hybrid.
It is. It's the lower fee, but you have to realize, By hybrid, you're not using a lot of, you're not paying a lot of gas, you're not consuming a lot of gas.
It's 22 miles.
I'm sorry?
I only get 22 miles on one charge. So coming from my house to here, I'm paying half gas and half electric. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I'm saying that. I understand that, but I'm trying to
But it's
comprehend
not
that you're only
like
getting
it's-
22 miles per gallon?
No, 22 miles per charge.
Oh, per charge.
Yeah. So it's not like I'm just jetting around the state with hundreds of miles, and I do have to buy gas.
Yeah. Well, that's what the committee looked at. We worked with MVA. That's how they register these vehicles, two types. And we, decided that plug-in also should pay.
I guess so. Well, what can I say?
Hey, it's fair,
I might just go get
You don't like potholes, I don't like potholes.
I might like to get an all-electric and just get my money's worth out of the
There you
extra
go.
tax, so.
We're getting
Okay,
there.
Thank
Oh,
you.
and Mr. President, I do want to mention one other thing. This also did change, originally in the bill, the money was going to go towards electric buses. We did change that, actually goes to Transportation Trust Fund, so we don't want people stranded on the roads in the winter in buses. So this does go to the Transportation Trust Fund.
All right, Senator from the 35th District. Oh,
Thank you, Mr. President. If floor to you.
Yes.
Senator may proceed.
So I appreciate this bill. We've learned with EVs, they weigh more, and which could lead to more wear and tear on our roads because just the increase of the weight of the vehicles as
Yes.
opposed to regular. So on the fee amounts and the fee structures, when you came up with the numbers, did you kind of look at other states in the region and see what their amounts were? How did you come up with the actual numbers? Did you? And I'm just curious. I hadn't had time to look up what other states.
So we did. Let's do some raw math here.
All right.
So according to the EPA, the average car gets 28 miles to gallon. According to the Federal Highway Administration, the average Marylander drives 13,490 miles per year. So if you divide that up, in my head, carry the one, comes out to about 481 miles a gallon, or 481 gallons that the average Marylander will consume. Now we add on the 47-cent gas tax. We're going to multiply 47 cents, 481. Carry the one times two, comes to $226. So the average Marylander right now pays $226 for their gas tax. We looked at it. Again, some people are saying, hey, I don't drive that much. Others say I drive a lot. I want it per mile. We came up with 150. We thought it was fair. And if you look at other states, and I do have that, let's see right here. Alabama, they are $200, and the hybrid is $100. Arkansas is $200. Their hybrid is $50 to $100. California, land of great ideas. They're $108. Colorado is $51. Georgia, $213. Illinois, $100. Idaho, $140. Let's see, where's some big ones? Mississippi, $150. So as you can see, Indiana, $150. We're kind of in the middle there with some of the other states. Some are lower. North Carolina, $140, 25 cents. North Dakota, $120. So we're kind of where most other states are.
So just by your math, you're saying like with just a regular gas-powered vehicle, it comes out to $225, and this is going to be for
If you
a plug
use
is $150.
that is using what EPA says the average
Right.
gallons per mile is, plus Federal Highway saying the average Marylander drives, comes out to that.
Okay.
But you got to also consider that's taking into consideration the average of, you have a lot of big cars, Yukons, pickups,
Right.
that of course got a lower gas mileage versus some of the smaller cars, a Honda Accord or something that's
Right.
going to be higher.
Well, as we go in this direction, I guess my only concern would be if it's on average like $75 less than what a combustion engine is paying, these EVs weigh more. And I mean, I just read an article the other day how they're wearing out the tires quicker, and all these particulate matter from the tires are an environmental concern because of I think it's like 30% more in weight. So Appreciate your data and your quick math there, and for
Hey,
running us through the
I
list.
tell you.
Thank you.
No, I support, or I thank you for that, because we did talk. I think we talked to committee about 200, but we said, look, we got to start somewhere. Let's start here. It is a $300 per year or biennial that they're going to get assessed now. So that's where we started. We can always come back and raise it after we've studied it for a while.
All right. From the minority whip, do we have a motion?
Mr. President, I was having to take my shoes off over here to count while they were doing all this math, but I think we're going to do. I'd like the bill to lie over under the rule.
All right. The motion is in order. The bill and the amendment will lie over under the rule. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 1077, Senator Quarterman, Public Schools, Appropriations for School Safety Expenditures, School Security Employees, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognize the bill sponsor as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 1077, as amended, would authorize additional appropriations into the Safe Schools Fund starting in fiscal 2026. The bill also expands the authorized use of the grant funds to include school security employees. There are 2 amendments. The first is technical. The second authorizes, instead of requiring the funding increase, and returns the distribution of funds to current law of distributing based on number of schools. Move adoption of the committee amendments and the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection. Oh, yes. Recognize Senator from the 22nd District on the amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a question for the floor leader.
Mr. President. Sarah, may proceed.
Sure. In the grant fund that's here, can you just explain what are some of the uses of the fund? Like, well, how can the school systems use
This
the fund?
particular fund is only for SROs, currently for SROs. And so the 2 things it does, it increases an authorization of that fund, and then also allows that funding then to be used for the school security employees. What we have found in a lot of communities, a lot of schools around the state, SROs, difference of opinion of whether people want to have SROs or if they want to have school security employees, which are, they don't have guns, things of that nature, but they are, security for the school. So it allows that authorization to be used, that grant funding for those individuals.
In our county, we have SROs, and then we have school security personnel. We have over about 200 school security personnel. Will this be able to cover those school security personnel as well?
Correct. Yeah, they'd be able to tap into that grant funding.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Any further discussion? Yes, Chair, recognize Senator from District 9 on the amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the sponsor yield for a question?
Yes.
Sarah, may proceed.
So I have a bill that's fairly similar but has a few other things in it, and I was just wondering if we could possibly lay over the bill so that I could talk about a possible amendment, including a
Fine.
co-sponsor.
Okay. Sounds great.
Thank you very much.
All right. Senator's motion is in order. The bill and the amendment will lay over under the rule. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 1105, the President Income Tax Individual Income Tax Credit Eligibility Awareness Campaign, favorable with 1 amendment.
Recognize the Senator from Baltimore County's floor leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Senate Bill 1105 is a departmental bill from the Comptroller's Office, and what it does, it requires the Comptroller's Office to run a campaign to educate people about eligible tax credits. It provides funding in the annual budget for this awareness campaign. As you may know, we have child care tax credit, we have dependent tax credit, we have the earned income tax credit, and many people don't know about them. So what this would allow the office to do is to educate the public about it. So there is 1 amendment that is technical. I move the adoption of 1 amendment and the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 1 committee amendment and the favorable committee report. On the amendment, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 1 committee amendment is adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objection? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 1105 is hereby ordered printed for 3rd reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 1120, Chair, Budget and Taxation Committee, University Systems of Maryland, Academic Facilities Bonding Authority, favorable.
Recognizing Chair of the Capital Committee is the floor leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Colleagues, Senate Bill 1120 is regarding academic facilities bonds for the University System of Maryland buildings and campuses. It's for the financing, refinancing, renovations, renewal, and construction of the campus and projects. This is annual language that we approve every year. This is approved by both the Capital Debt Affordability Committee and the Spending Affordability Committee. There are no committee amendments. I move adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, Favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 1120 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. All right, let's see if we can get rid of some of these singular calendars here. This is layover calendar number 21. Clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 416, Senator Lewis Young, Renewable Energy Customer-Sited Solar Program. Question is the adoption of the two committee amendments and the favorable report.
Question is on the adoption of the two committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, Chair recognizes the minority leader on the amendments.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I laid this over yesterday, but the sponsor of the bill was able to address the concerns that I had, and my questions have been answered. Thank you.
Excellent. All right. On the amendments, any further discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the two committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 416 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Let's go to calendar 22, layover calendar 22. Clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 959, Senator Feldman, electricity tariffs, distributed energy resources, and electric distribution systems, support services, distributed renewable integration, and vehicle electrification, DRIVE Act. Question is the adoption of the two committee amendments and the favorable report.
Questions on the two committee amendments? Chair recognizes the minority whip on the amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. My questions have been answered. Appreciate the dialogue from the committee chair, and I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Question is on the two committee amendments. Any discussion, further discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the two committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 959 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Let's go to layover calendar 23. Clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 540, Senator Guile, Education School Mapping Data Program established. Questions on the adoption of the two committee amendments and a favorable report.
All right, question is on the two committee amendments. Chair recognizes the Vice Chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. The great senator from District 44 had a valid question. I have an amendment. Council thought that it wasn't needed, but belts and suspenders are never a bad idea.
Okay, we had set to adopt, all good. Well, on the committee amendments, any objections to the committee amendments? Without objection, the amendments are adopted. The question now is on the amended report. Any discussion on the report? Objections to the report? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Senator has, we will distribute the senator's amendments and give us just a moment to add to the board. All right, Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This makes doubly, triply clear that the confidential public safety, possibly life-saving mapping data of our schools that will keep our kids safe is not going to be accessible under the Maryland Public Information Act. Move the amendment.
All right, Senator moves the amendment. Any objections to the senator's amendment? Without objection, the amendment is adopted. Any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 540 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Let's go to layover calendar number 24. Clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 674, Senator Alfrith, Abandoned or Sunken Vessels and Waterway Improvement Fund Grants. Question is in the adoption of the committee amendments and the favorable report.
All right, question is on the two committee amendments. Chair recognizes the minority leader on the amendments.
Thank you again, Mr. President. I thank the sponsor of the bill. I had some concerns from our counties. We've actually introduced the bill. My bill's caught up in rules, but she was kind enough to add those requirements into the bill, so I appreciate that. No further questions.
Is that digging under the moat? Is that what no? All right. On the two committee amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the two committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 674 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Let's go to layover calendar number 25. Clerk, read the bill.
Senate Bill 539, Senator Guile, Commercial Law, Consumer Protection, Sale and Resale of Tickets. Question and adoption of the one amendment offered from the floor by Senator Guile.
All right, question before the body is the amendment from the floor leader. Madam Floor Leader, would you like to remind us what the amendment does?
Sure, Mr. President. So the amendment that's currently before the body, the amendments that came out of the committee would establish some refund guarantees. And so what this amendment would do is would ensure that that refund could only be addressed with whomever you had that direct transaction with. Consequently, if you got your ticket from a secondary ticket market, you couldn't go back to Meriwether and ask for that full refund. So we just want to make sure that you're only getting your refund back from whomever you paid that money to. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you, Senator. Senator presses the amendment. Any objections on the amendment? Any objections? Without objection, the amendment is adopted. Are there any further amendments? Oh, we have a second amendment from the
Yes,
floor
thank you,
leader.
Mr. President.
All right, let's collect
There,
and distribute.
and with apologies, we had another amendment. This would basically ensure when we.
Oh, give us 1 second. Just give us one quick second.
I
Let's get it up.
apologize. Thank you, Mr. President.
Make sure we have it up on the board here. All right. Senator, explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this amendment, so once we made some changes to the disclosure requirements, we just wanted to make sure that those disclosure requirements were at each step of the transaction, which was the intent of the committee, but we just needed to make sure that that was clarified in the final reprint. So that's what this amendment does, and I would move the amendment.
All right. Senator moves the amendment. Any objections to the floor leader's amendment? Without objection, the amendment is adopted. We have another amendment?
I apologize, Mr. President. There was one from the committee from last night.
Okay, one minor additional amendment.
Minor.
Collect and distribute the senator's amendment.
Well, I'll wait till it's distributed.
Thank you. All right, Sarah, may I explain the amendment?
All right, thank you, Mr. President. So it was brought to our attention by committee analysts, and it was discussed in the committee last evening, that once we struck that cap on the from the bill, that we just wanted to be sure that what it said then was that a secondary ticket marketplace couldn't set up a market for resale of any tickets that was in violation of the bill. However, that would create a problem in that speculative tickets aren't resold, they're in fact just sold. So all this would do was just make sure that they clarify and say sale or resale. So this was voted out of committee last night, and I would move the amendment.
Sarah moves the amendment, the committee amendment. Any objections to the committee amendment? Without objection, the amendment is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 539 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Let's go to Special Order Calendar number 41. Clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 764, Senator Hayes, Arts Incubator Workshop established. Question as the adoption of the favorable report.
All right, the question is on the adoption of the favorable report. I believe there's an amendment on this one, is that correct? All right, any discussion or objections on the report? Without objection, the report is adopted. Recognizing the bill sponsor has an amendment, pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment. Adding Harford County? No. All right, Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. These amendments we discussed in committee, they came in after we had already moved the bill in the amendments, and the committee is okay with them. This amendment simply adds another co-sponsor, add additional members to the commission, including a member of the Maryland Arts Council, as well as 2 members from arts districts, and it gives the task the committee more time to report back to the legislature. I move this amendment, and I'm pretty sure the floor leader will accept them.
All right, senators, move the amendment. Who do we have as the floor leader on this? Oh, right, got it. A little slow. I'm slow on the draw today. All right, any objections from the floor? Without objection, the amendment is adopted. Any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 764 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Let's go to Special Order Calendar number 44. Clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 429, Senator Bailey, Corporations and Associations, Protestant Episcopal Church, Diocese of Washington. Question is the adoption of the favorable report.
We don't have the floor leader. Let's do this. Recognize the senator from the 28th district. Maybe we can special order this for 10 minutes.
Yes, Mr. President.
All right. Any objections to the senator's motion to special order the bill for 10 minutes? Without objection, the bill will be special ordered for the 10 minutes. All right. Let's go to the Committee on Education, Energy, and the Environment. This is report number 28. Okay. All right. Calendar 28. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 482, the President, Governor's Office Engaging Neighborhoods, Organizations, Unions, Governments, and Households Enough Grant Program, Enough Act of 2024, favorable.
Recognizing the President Pro Tem as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this is a significant priority for the governor, who has expressed a desire to eradicate childhood poverty. This administration bill codifies the Governor's Office of Children and specifies that the Special Secretary of Governor's Office of Children is the head of the office. The Special Secretary must establish an enough grant program designed to advance place-based targeting strategies targeting child poverty. The bill also establishes an enough grant fund and requires the governor to include in the fiscal 2026 budget bill an appropriation of $15 million to the fund. This appropriation is supplemental to and not intended to supplant any federal funding received for place-based support. The bill takes effect July 1st, 2024. Fiscal impact, of course, as was mentioned, is a general fund expenditure of $15 million in FY25 and 26. There are no committee amendments. I move the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. Chair recognizes the minority whip on the report.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wonder if my friend, the floor leader, would be willing to rise for some questions.
Absolutely.
Senator may proceed.
First of all, the governor, I know, is when he pushed this forward, has been very passionate about this cause, and I think it's very genuine, and I appreciate it. I had some questions about exactly how this would work. So first of all, I noticed in the fiscal note, just on the cost side, it's for the next 2 fiscal years, 3 fiscal years?
The next 2 fiscal years.
Okay, and then after that, there's still some fiscal impact. Is that just ongoing residual type?
Yes, I would imagine that it has to do with the administration of the program.
So the tail of it, yeah, okay.
Correct.
Okay. So in those 2 years, it's a grant program. Where would the funds be coming from? From the general fund?
That is correct.
Okay. And how will people or organizations apply for these funds? Try to get a more specific question, what do you have to demonstrate to be eligible for grant funding if you were I assume there's designated areas that would be eligible for this. What would you have to demonstrate that you do or are doing or going to do to have the opportunity to have access to these funds?
The way that this is set up, that will run through this newly established Governor of Office for Children, is that it is where folks are combined to be concentrated on the projects that are specific for locations that have high incidences of poverty. 40% is really what they're looking for, but it can go as low as 20%, as we have seen that those would be the places that would be the targets for these neighborhood implementation grants. The way it would be set up is that there would be a lead partner, and that lead partner would likely be a nonprofit or a governmental entity that would then work with other partners to have this very focused, concentrated effort that will look at these areas of high incidences of poverty. And that's basically how they would do that. They would apply to here in the way that we have folks apply and for other grants, that the team would be assessed. The area would be assessed, of course, to ensure that they're targeted into those places, and then what their intentions would be to work to limit or eradicate, as the governor has said, that childhood poverty.
Thank you for that answer. Does the entity that would apply for these grants have to be based in that area?
The entity, it is a local partnership. If you just bear
Maybe
with
a
me for
better
second.
way of asking, because it's not fair to say is it literally in the neighborhood, because obviously it could be an entity from outside the neighborhood. I understand that. Does it have to be like a based in that jurisdiction at least, or at least within the state of Maryland?
I'll have to check the bill. It does not specify the location of the entity, but what it does specify is the area in which the services will be provided, that it has to be inside of that community.
Okay, that's fine. And then,
But in the assessment of them, though, when they are assessing it, though, they will be looking for that nonprofit and that local. The intent is for it to be a partnership with the local nonprofits and governmental entities. So the expectation is that in the process of evaluation of the entities, although it's not prescriptive in the legislation itself, that they would be the ones who they would be looking to as far as the grants.
okay, yeah, okay. And then, what was the discussion, or what is in the bill regarding what are the goal? Is it just ending the rate? Is it just lowering the rate of poverty, or are there some more prescriptive things that were? Because that's a very broad category, and I think it's, again, a worthy goal. And I know the governor has talked about how there are some communities, and they're not just, of course, they're rural, urban, and suburban communities that have had persistent poverty for generations, really. And we do know that's a huge driver in a lot of societal problems, so we want to be responsive to that. But I guess I'm wondering, like, what is it just is the goal to just, is it to lower the rate of poverty? How do we determine success on a program like this?
Sure. To answer what you said last first, I mean, there's no question that the success would be reduction in the poverty rates. It does, though, allow for a comprehensive approach to support services akin to what we have in the blueprint with the
wraparound.
Definitely with the wraparound services and with the community schools that we have, which do incorporates like the wraparound services and things like that would help with that. So it includes community health, safety, definitely poverty rate through a comprehensive approach. That is the intent, and that they also are just making sure as well in there that look to help with affordable housing and high quality housing. So there are certain elements that they are looking for that will be a part of it.
So it's fair to say that this is grants for program or organizations and local governments that would be focusing in an area to work on job training, housing supports, and childhood hunger, and those. If they're doing sort of a wraparound of a lot of that, that's really. I'm just trying to identify what is this meeting that is not already available, and I think there's stuff that falls through the cracks. So I'm very open to it. I just really just trying to. Could you answer that question?
That's a fantastic question. So when the governor came into our committee and we talked about this bill, it really resonated with me because we had a similar program to this in Prince George's County. We called it Transforming Neighborhoods Initiative, where the thought process is that we do have these programs that are sort of generalized and they cover the gamut like you're talking about. But what we don't always do is, and what's unique about this, is that what we're saying is we're going to identify an area of real high need with a very specific set of needs, and we're going to put all of these services in there such that they will maximize their impact in these high impact areas. So that's what's different. So yes, we do have all of these different things that are out there. This will help to coordinate those efforts in the areas of the highest need. This is not, and that's a bit of a different approach. It's a unique approach from the state level. There have been those approaches in the country, though, as far as that, and the governor spoke about that, this being a unique approach at the state level where you are coordinating all of these different efforts to make sure that you get the maximum benefit from each of them, and hopefully it will increase it when they're working together.
Because we don't want, that's good, I mean, that's helpful, because we don't want to, a lot of our stuff that's countywide or statewide is more triage. It's something's already happening, and we're just trying to get somebody through to help them.
Exactly.
Those are important things to do. So this is more of a targeted, focused effort to try to get it sort of at the grassroots level.
That's right. So, and the point of that is that if we, by identifying these areas that are these, these indicators like high levels of poverty, then we get there sooner, and that we try to help things out earlier, and we try to move it before it becomes that, and by coordinating those efforts where they are. So we get there sooner, we get there earlier, it should be more efficient, and we should have greater results.
And then I think two smaller last questions. One, is there going to be a robust reporting in the bill? I didn't have a chance. Are we going to get a report, like regular reporting on how this is like on the program, like what got awarded? I'm sure it'll be publicly available on some website somewhere, but are we going to get a report from the General Assembly on it, to the General Assembly on it?
Hold on.
I wasn't trying to trip you up. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Hold on for a second here. Let me see. Senator, I am still looking for the reporting mechanism that is there. Yeah. 6? Thank you. Okay. Yeah, so there are reports on the grants that will be reviewed, and there also will be an evaluation that will happen a couple years later, and then the reports, and also ongoing reports on progress made within jurisdictions, impact of them, and then the policy changes, and those reports will come back to the General Assembly.
It's not in the bill, but
Actually, fortunately, yes, actually it is. Page 6 of the bill, you will see there where there are the reporting requirements that are there, including the evaluation.
Shit, you know what? I scrolled right past it. I'm sorry. So thank you.
So did I.
No, it's good. And then lastly, just one final question, and thank you, Mr. President. I have some frustration when we talk about eliminating poverty with more sort of government programs. I'm glad this is trying to, as I understand it, leverage a relatively small amount of government funds, taxpayer funds, to match with private and nonprofit funds, and perhaps county
and federal
funds,
right, absolutely,
in targeted areas. And I think that's fair. That is the goal, right? So it's the $15 million a year. It's going to be, this area is going to get $250,000. This program might get $500,000. Okay. It's a little frustrating to me that we had to fight tooth and nail to keep a little bit of money in the state budget just so some kids in failing schools have the opportunity to go to a better school. But we've got $15 million, and this body has been great on keeping those funds in the budget. I should hasten to add, we've stood strong on that. It's one of the greatest indicators of somebody being able to be successful in their life is to get a great start in their schooling. Another great leading indicator is if they have two parents that love them and care about them, that are involved in their life, at least trying their best. And I don't know that this kind of thing is going to help with those issues. Perhaps, on the parenting and family side, maybe there's some opportunity there. That's my frustration, but I want to be supportive of this because I see where the heart of where it comes from. So that's why I was asking the question, just to be sure I understand. And I really appreciate your answers, Mr. Floor Leader. That's all my questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. All right, question on the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any further discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any further amendments or any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 482 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 675, the President, Individual Tax Preparers Code of Ethics, Notification of Actions, Enforcement and Penalties, Stop Scam Tax Preparers Act, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognizing Senator from District 10 is the floor leader.
Thanks, Mr. President. Colleagues, this departmental bill requires the State Board of Individual Tax Preparers by January 1, 2026 to publish on its website a code of ethics and rules of professional conduct for engaging in the practice of individual tax preparation. The bill prohibits an income tax preparer from willfully preparing, assisting in preparing, or causing the preparation of an income tax or a claim for a refund without being properly licensed or registered. There are 2 committee amendments. Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 requires notification to the Field Enforcement Bureau only after a violation and requires the publication of Code of Ethics to be made after a period of public input by tax preparers community. I move the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 675 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 882, Senator King, Growing Family Child Care Opportunities Pilot Program, Permanent Establishment, favorable.
Let's see. Senator from 43, Baltimore City County, floor leader.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
All good.
This is a Senate Bill, Mr. President, Senate Bill 882, Growing Family Child Care Opportunities Pilot Program. Just simply, this has been a wonderful program. It's worked really well. So we are making it permanent. And getting rid of the determination date. There is a modest fiscal impact. It was passed unanimously by our committee, so I ask for the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 882 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 951, Senator Heddleman, Business Regulation, Electric Vehicle Supply Equipment Regulations for Retail Use, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognizing the chair of the committee is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill, as introduced, would require the comptroller to adopt regulations for the retail use of electric vehicle supply equipment in the state, subject to a number of specified requirements. The bill does not apply to EV supply equipment for the used for non-commercial purposes. The focus is the retail sector. The bill basically was stricken to make it into a work group. So again, amendment number 1 makes technical changes. Amendment number 2 removes most of the bill and requires the convening of an electric vehicle supply equipment work group to study and make recommendations for the ultimate adoption of electric vehicle regulations, and then make some adjustments to the makeup of that work group. Mr. President, I'd ask for adoption of the favorable committee report and those amendments.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, chair recognizes the minority leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. If the floor leader could yield for just a couple
Yes, sir.
questions.
Senator may proceed.
Thank you very much. It seems like every year we have one of these workshop or work group bills to study electric vehicle infrastructure. I think just 2 years ago we talked about another group that was supposed to address this as well too. What are we doing different here that we haven't studied already?
You know, I may yield to the sponsor because she put a lot of effort into constructing sort of the core mission of this, moving it away from the bill as introduced. But at the end of the day, right now in the retail sector, we have, I think, some inconsistencies between federal law, state law. There are gaps. We don't have uniformity in terms of standards as we ramp up EV use in the state. But this focuses the retail sector, not the at-home EV chargers, but you want reliability, you want some guidelines. But it's a fairly broad work group set of topics that I think is not covered by some of the other work groups. But if I might yield to the sponsor, she put a fair amount of time into this piece of legislation.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So the impetus for this bill was building on what happened last year in a work group. And there was a piece of legislation that created in the interim a PSC-led effort just to look at the utility companies and their charging stations. Right now in this state, we have a variety of different charging stations managed and owned by different people. We have the utilities, we have private, and then we have NEVI-funded ones that are overseen by SHA and the Maryland Department of Transportation. And so we have all of these different entities, and we have people going to charging stations, and sometimes they're not in use, able to be used, they're faulty. And so what we were thinking of is creating that somebody needs to take sort of a top-down look at all these different entities that are involved, and the consumer just wants to go to a charging station and get their car charged, right? They want to also, it's really important to know who is accountable for making sure that that station is up and running, what is the uptime. And so the thinking behind this is that there needs to be all these different entities and different state agencies that have involvement. I don't know if you know this, but the Department of Agriculture actually is involved here because they're in charge of weights and measures. And so they have a role in all of our gas stations, as does the comptroller's office that has a field enforcement division and loads of people that go out to test the quality of the gasoline. So since we have all of these different state agencies involved at some level or another, we thought we should get them all together and figure out, is there a way across all of these different entities that we can ensure accountability for our consumers, especially since this is such an important effort as we're trying to meet our climate solutions goals. So I hope that answers your question.
I do appreciate the response. I'm just trying to understand why this is not duplicative of what we've already done. There is the Maryland Zero Emission Vehicle Infrastructure Council that we have required as well too. They just issued their 2023 annual report, 66 pages long. Are we saying that the requirements that you have that are in this bill have not been addressed in that report?
I am told that they have not. That this is a pretty narrow look just at the stations and the delivery to consumers. That is the goal. And it kind of at those different steps, how we ensure accountability and long-term sustainability of those stations.
So why not just require that the council continue their mission and evaluate their report and come back and say, we don't think that certain issues have been resolved. You're already in place. I think there's 25 members on that as well too. And now we're going to try to create a whole nother work group of 20 plus members as well to respond to these specific issues. Why not just keep the council that's in place moving forward?
I have to go back and look at that council, but again, this is very state government focused, as well as bringing in consumers, as well as bringing in business.
A lot of those
people I talked to actually never made that recommendation.
I was just going to say, a lot of the members that you spoke about already are on there: the Department of Planning, Department of Environment, Department of Commerce, Public Service Commission, Maryland Energy Administration, Office of People's Counsel. Then we had fuel cell infrastructure equipment manufacturers, electric vehicle manufacturers, electric companies, MML, MACO.
This is, again,
one of our colleagues from District 12 was on it. A delegate from District 15 was on it. District 16 was on it. Why recreate something if we have something in place and can just charge them to move forward?
Again, this is the first time I've been talking to all of these different stakeholders. No one has suggested that to me. So this is just much narrower and focused and very time limited. It is something the PSC had said they can do internally. We don't have to wait for appointments, and we're hoping for a series of recommendations before next session. So we wanted to be a little more targeted, more nimble, and quick. And I think it is smaller.
You think what has been,
No, I think what we're trying to do from this, in this legislation is smaller. A smaller group, kind of it.
just seems like a lot of the same people, 2 members of the Senate, 2 members of the House, Department of Ag, PSC, Comptroller, Department of Transportation, MEA, Public Service Commission, 2 representatives, non-governmental. It just seems like it just seems very duplicative of what we have in place already, but there are amendments on it, so if you don't mind, I'm just going to ask that the bill and the amendments lie over in the rule, and I'll just take a look at this. And we'll get back with questions.
All right, the motion is in order. The bill and the amendments will lie over under the rule. All right, let's go to Finance Committee. Oh, I'm sorry, we have a special order. There was a 10-minute delay. That is, if we could pull up that special order calendar, Madam Clerk. Clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 429, Senator Bailey, Corporations and Associations, Protestant Episcopal Church, Diocese of Washington. Question is on the adoption of the favorable report.
Let's see, the question is on the favorable report. Let's hear from the floor leader. The question's on the report. We've introduced the bill. Does the Senator have an amendment? Or, let's just say, well, that's okay. Let's go, Mr. Floor Leader, if we.
Mr. President, I presented the floor report. There were questions, and then the bill was special ordered. We're late over. I can't remember which one. So I'm here to continue the conversation if there are further questions.
All right. Let's recognize the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm aware that there's another forthcoming amendment that is friendly, but it is not ready yet. So I wonder if we could special order this into the appropriate time this evening, or we could have this debate right now, and then I'll just do the amendment later.
Let's not do. Let's if we can avoid the debate until we have it.
So let's do the special order. Can we special order until
to the
appropriate time?
evening session?
Yes.
Mr. President, I consent to that.
All right. Without objection, we will special order the bill to the appropriate time later this evening. Now we will actually go to the Finance Committee. Report number 26. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 13, Senator Jackson, Maryland Pediatric Cancer Fund modifications, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognizing the senator from Carroll County as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 13, as amended, limits the authorized uses of Maryland's Pediatric Cancer Fund to providing grants to eligible applicants to conduct pediatric cancer research only. The authorization for funds to be used to provide grants for pediatric cancer prevention and treatment are repealed. Amendment number 1 makes changes to the title, purpose, and function paragraphs. Amendment number 2 establishes a Pediatric Cancer Research Commission to oversee the award of competitive grants from the fund. I move the amendments and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the 2 amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 13 is hereby ordered printed for 3rd reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 714, Senator Kramer, State Board of Examiners for Audiologists, Hearing Aid Dispenser, Speech Language Pathologist, Music Therapist, favorable.
Recognizing the bill sponsor as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 714 specifies that the governor shall appoint the audiologist members of the State Board of Examiners for Audiologists with the advice of the Secretary of Health from a list submitted by the Maryland Academy of Audiology. There are no amendments. There's no fiscal impact. The bill passed committee unanimously. I move the adoption of this bipartisan bill and the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 714 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 765, Senator Hayes, Economic Development Business Diversity Incubator Program and Fund established. Favorable.
Recognize the bill sponsor as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 765 establishes the Business Diversity Incubator Program and Fund in the Department of Commerce for the purpose of providing grants to qualified incubators to establish diverse, effective business incubators in the state. Subject to a competitive application process and other requirements, a qualified incubator may receive a grant of $100,000 to $400,000. The bill does not mandate funding for the program, but does specify that the governor may include in the budget $5 million from fiscal year 2026 through 2031. The bill terminates after 7 years. There are no amendments. I move the adoption of a favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 765 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 804, Senator Brooks, Northwest Baltimore County Sports Tourism Facility Feasibility Study. Favorable.
Recognizing the vice chair as the floor leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President and members of the Senate. Senate Bill 804 requires the Maryland Stadium Authority to study and make recommendations on the feasibility of establishing and operating a sports tourism facility at Reisterstown Regional Park in Northwest Baltimore County. Amendment number 1 extends from July 1st to the 2025 to December 31st of 2025, the deadline for the Stadium Authority to report its findings, conclusions, and recommendations, and alters the effective date accordingly. There was no opposition at the committee hearing. I move the amendment and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the one committee amendment and the favorable committee report. On the amendment, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the one committee amendment is adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Question now, let's see, where are we? Any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 804 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 999, Senator Beidel, Certified Nursing Assistants, Licensing Requirements, and Administrative Updates. Favorable with one amendment.
Recognizing the chair of the committee is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll make this really easy. We were the only state in the country that had a CNA, Certified Nursing Assistant, and a GNA, Geriatric Nursing Assistant. So this bill will now make everyone a CNA, and there's a CNA 1, a CNA 2 based on when you were first licensed. But going forward, there'll be one license for CNAs and allow them to work in nursing homes and assisted living. Amendment 1 alters the bill's effective dates and deadlines under the bill as described, strikes a provision authorizing an acute care training program to apply for a certain waiver related to instructor experience, and makes other technical and clarifying changes. I move the amendments and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the one committee amendment and the favorable committee report. On the amendment, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the one committee amendment is adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 999 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, we'll do it on that. Let's go to report number 27. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 91, Senator McCray, Workforce Development and Adult Learning Leasing Training Program Establishment. Favorable.
Recognizing the vice chair of the committee is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 91 establishes the leasing training program in the Maryland Department of Labor, and that is also creates the leasing training program fund. The purpose of the new program is to train, prepare, and connect job seekers with careers in the residential rental housing industry in the state. Competitive grants totaling $250,000 may be awarded to eligible designated partnerships, and one guarantee may be awarded the entire amount in 1 year. The governor must include in the annual budget bill an appropriation of $250,000 to the program fund in fiscal 2026 through 28. The amendment does not require the governor to include the 25,000 in the budget. I move the amendments and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
All right, floor leader moves for the adoption of the one committee amendment and the favorable committee report. On the amendment, any discussion? Any objection? Without objection, the one committee amendment is adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objection? Without objection, the favorable committee report as amended is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 91 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
Bill 699, Senator M. Washington, Cannabis Community Reinvestment and Repair Fund, Distribution and Use of Funds for Baltimore City, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognizing the senator from Baltimore City is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 699 is a local bill that alters how funds from the Community Reinvestment and Repair Fund are dispersed and distributed in Baltimore City. First, funds will go to the city comptroller, who may keep a portion of the administrative costs. Second, the bill establishes an equitable community investment council in each state legislative district in Baltimore City, which consists of the senator and 1 delegate from each district, for the purpose of distributing community reinvestment funds in Baltimore City. Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 is clarifying, sets a specific amount for administrative costs, provides that the senator and delegate are non-voting members. Instead of bylaws, it requires a governance structure, specifies the contents of the governance plan, and strikes funding for the City Office of Equity and Civil Rights. The bill is supported by the City Senate delegation. I move the amendments and adoption of favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 699 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 796, Senator Simon Nair, Maryland Disability Service Animal Program, established, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognize the senator from Montgomery County as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this good bill establishes the Maryland Disability Service Animal Program in the Department of Disabilities to refer eligible individuals to selected nonprofit training entities to be paired with an appropriate service animal. Service animals are animals that are individually trained to do work or perform tasks for the benefit of an individual with a disability. The 2 amendments are technical, alter the definition of eligible individual, and alter the provisions for disqualification from the program. There was no opposition at the committee hearing. I move the amendments and the adoption.
2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any amendments? Or excuse me, any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report as amended is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 796 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 938, Senator Augustine, Maryland Department of Health, Public Health Campaign on Prostate, Lung, and Breast Cancer Prevention, favorable with 1 amendment.
Recognize the senator from District 40 is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 938 requires that the Maryland Department of Health to develop and implement a 3-year public education campaign on prostate, lung, and breast cancer prevention that targets communities disproportionately affected by those cancers. Details of the campaign include providing educational information, promoting participation in cancer screenings, and providing information on legislation that reduces cost barriers to prevention services. For fiscal year 2026 through 2029, the governor must include in the annual budget an appropriation from the Cigarette Restitution Fund for the public education campaign. The bill terminates September 30th, 2029. The amendment specifies that the program will only promote screenings, gives the department more time to implement the program, and adds an additional reporting requirement, and reduces the allocation from the Cigarette Restitution Fund to $750,000. I move the amendments and the adoption of favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 1 committee amendment and the favorable committee report. On the amendment, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 1 committee amendment is adopted. Question now on the favorable report. Recognize the senator from District 22.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an amendment at the desk or coming around to the desk.
Okay, just give us 1 moment. We have to, on the report, we can collect it, but on the report, any discussion, any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report as amended is adopted. We have the amended. If the pages could distribute the senator's amendment. Complicated one we have here. Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. In honor of my 3 uncles who all had prostate cancer at the same exact time, I actually moved this great amendment to add me as a sponsor of this great bill. Thank
Excellent. Senator moves the amendment. Any objections? Without objection, the amendment is adopted. All right. Any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 938 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 1006, Senator Hayes, Hospitals Medical Debt Collection, Sale of Patient Debt, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognize the bill sponsor as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 1006 is an emergency bill that authorizes a hospital to sell debt owned by a patient to a governmental unit or entity that is under the contract with the unit for the purpose of canceling the debt. The contract between the hospital and governmental unit or contractor purchasing the debt must include a written agreement from the patient allowing the debt to be sold. The patient is not responsible to the hospital, the government unit, or the contractor for any amount of the debt that is sold, or any interest, fees, or costs associated with the debt or the sale. The bill terminates on December 31st, 2026. Amendment number 1 is technical, and Amendment number 2 is clarifying, increases the income limit to increase the number of eligible patients, and adds a subtraction modification for the purchaser of the debt. I move the amendments and adoption of a favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 1006 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 1103, the President, Hospitals and Related Institutions Outpatient Facility Fee, favorable with 3 amendments.
Recognizing Chair of the Committee is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 1103 is by request of the President because requested by the Office of the Attorney General. As amended, makes changes to the required notice regarding the charging of facility fees. The bill also requires the Health Services Cost Review Commission to study and make recommendations regarding hospital outpatient facility fees and submit a preliminary report by December 1, 2024, and a final report by December 1, 2025. Amendment 1 is technical. Amendment 2 strikes a new definition and an altered definition in lieu of the report's findings and recommendations. Amendment 3 exempts the Commission from estate procurement requirements only for the purpose of hiring a consultant to assist with the study. I move the amendments and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 3 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 3 committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 1103 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Let's go to report number 28. Clerk, read the first bill.
Senate Bill 684, Senator Augustine, Health Insurance, Mental Health, and Substance Use Disorder Benefits, Sunset Repeal and Modification of Reporting Requirements, favorable with 6 amendments.
6 amendments. Let's see. Senate Bill 684. Madam Chair. Chair of Finance. Madam Chair. I think 684. Is this? Excellent.
Oh boy. Senate Bill 684 alters and extends reporting requirements on health insurance careers relating to demonstrated compliance with the Federal Mental Health and Addiction Equity Act. A carrier must submit a report every 2 years that includes, among other things, information on non-quantitative treatments, limitations required under the Parity Act, and results from a comparative analysis conducted by the carrier. NQTLs are processes, strategies, evidentiary standards, or other criteria that limit the scope or duration of benefits for services provided under a health plan. The bill also gives the Commissioner additional enforcement tools to hold carriers accountable. Amendment 1 makes changes to the title of the bill. Amendments 2 and 3, among other changes, establish requirements relating to the comparative analysis performed by carriers, require submission of the reports every 2 years instead of annually, and require that reports be submitted on each product offered by the carrier in the individual small and large group markets. The report must include the results of a comparative analysis on not less than 5 NQTLs selected by the Commissioner. Amendments 4 and 5, among other changes, alter requirements on carriers when performing analysis, requires the commissioner to take certain actions relating to the submission of data by carriers, and expand the enforcement authority of the commissioner when carriers submit insufficient information to assess parity at compliance. Amendment 6, among other changes, specifies that a carrier has the burden of persuasion in demonstrating that its design and application of an NQTL complies with the Parity Act. The amendment also repeals obsolete provisions and makes the bill an emergency bill. I move the amendments and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the 6 committee amendments in the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 6 committee amendments are adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 684 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 791, Senator Klossmeyer, Health Insurance Utilization Review, revisions favorable with 3 amendments.
Recognizing Vice Chair of the Committee is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the Senate. Senate Bill 791 alters and establishes requirements and prohibitions relating to health insurance utilization review and prior authorization, the process used by carriers to determine whether a requested health care service is medically necessary. It alters requirements related to internal grievance and adverse decision procedures, and establishes requirements on payers and healthcare providers relating to the provisions of the patient benefit information. The bill includes provisions to increase transparency and communication during the review process. Among other requirements, a carrier must state in detail when denying a health care service the reasoning as to why the service was not medically necessary and why it did not meet the carrier's criteria and standards. The bill also alters the criteria and standards that carriers must use in conducting utilization review. Amendment number 1 makes clarifying changes. Amendment number 2 alters a provision related to prescription drugs and reauthorization requirements. A carrier must allow a patient to remain. This order was previously approved by the carrier, and the prescriber attests that the drug continued to be necessary to effectively treat the patient. Amendment number 3 requires the Maryland Healthcare Commission to monitor and report on progress towards implementation of electronic prior authorization and real-time benefit check technology instead of establishing a work group. I move the amendments in the adoption of the favorable committee report. And Mr. President, I would like this bill to lie over until later on this evening.
All right. The motion is in order. The bill and the amendments will lie over under the rule.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 1046, Anne Arundel County Senators, Anne Arundel County Alcoholic Beverages Fees, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognizing the senator from the 33rd District is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 1046 is a local bill, and it authorizes the Anne Arundel County Board of License Commissioners to increase by 35% annual supplementary and other alcoholic beverage fees for specified licenses and permits in Anne Arundel County, the fee for specified license transfers, and renewal application fees for all alcoholic beverage licenses. Amendment 1 makes changes to the title of the bill. Amendment 2 strikes from the bill changes to fees for certain permits and limited purpose licenses and makes technical corrections. I move the amendments and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 1046 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. All right, small little non-controversial calendar here on JPR, calendar number 19. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 134, Senator Heddleman, Office of Attorney General, Correctional Ombudsman Unit, favorable with 4 amendments.
Recognizing the bill, Chair of the Committee is the floor leader.
Thanks for flagging that for the committee, for the body, Mr. President. Senate Bill 134, as amended, establishes the Office of the Correctional Ombudsman So it separates this out, creates an independent unit, and then also takes the juvenile justice monitoring unit outside of the Office of the Attorney General, slides it under the same umbrella. It also, in addition to this, to the current powers and duties of the juvenile justice monitoring unit, the correctional ombudsman will conduct reviews and assess the assessments of facilities and actions taken by the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services relating to incarcerated individuals. Mr. President, there are 4 committee amendments. Amendment number 1 adds co-sponsors. Amendment number 2 is technical. Amendment number 3 creates an independent unit of state government. Amendment number 4 modifies the membership of the Correctional Ombudsman Advisory Board. Mr. President, I'd move for the favorable adoption of the 4 committee amendments and the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 4 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. Minority whip on the amendments.
Could I ask the floor leader to yield?
The floor to yield. Senator may proceed.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Last year we passed a bill dealing with this. I voted for it. We had an amendment to have there be a term on the correctional ombudsman because they were being appointed by the Attorney General, and have them subject to executive nominations appointment. What do we do with that in this bill?
Sure. So this is 2 separate things. One is with the Juvenile Justice Monitoring Unit, which currently resides within the Office of Attorney General, serves at the pleasure of the Attorney General. We're taking that out of the Office of Attorney General, putting it into an independent new structure, which also the ombudsman will be, the correctional ombudsman. So there's a hard kind of line between the 2. Second part of that is the correctional ombudsman, which will be under this new department or this new entity. That head of that will be appointed by the governor, subject to approval from us, the executive
So
nominations.
both of them will now be appointed by the governor?
That's correct.
And will they both be subject to executive nominations?
Executive nominations and full approval of this body.
Thank you very much.
All right. On the amendments, any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The 4 committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Chair has an amendment. The pages will please collect and distribute the senator's amendment. Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So working in consultation with the Department of Juvenile Services, we wanted to make sure that there is a clear delineation so that there are 2 separate entities kind of operating under this one umbrella so that one was not subsumed into the other. This is clarifying that the Juvenile Justice Monitoring Unit functions independently. I'd like to move the amendment.
All right, Senator has moved the amendment. Any objections to the committee's amendment? Without objection, the amendment is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 134 is hereby ordered printed for 3rd reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 174, Centrum Use, Child Support Suspension of Driver's Licenses, favorable with 2 amendments.
All right, Chair recognizes the bill sponsor as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill extends from 60 days to 120 days the period during which the holder of a non-commercial driver's license may be out of compliance with a child support order before the Child Support Administration is authorized to notify the Motor Vehicle Administration. We all know that it takes transportation to have jobs, and when one's license is suspended and they can't pay their child support payments, it leads to other problems as well. It also permits the obligor to make a request for a reinstatement of the license with CSA or the court, and 3, require CSA on the request of the obligor to request for MVA to expunge an obligor's record of license suspensions for failure to pay child support. There's 2 amendments. The first is technical, and then the second amendment requires that the Child Support Administration prove by clear and convincing evidence to a court that he or she is more than 120 days out of compliance before determination that suspension of the obligor's license is appropriate, and B, alters the factors that an obligor must prove by a preponderance of the evidence before court may make a finding that suspension of the license is appropriate. I move favorable the bill and the amendments.
Floor leaders moved for the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report, and Senator, we have a slight logistics problem where we have the wrong copy of the committee amendments in the Secretary's office. For some reason, we have it from a different committee.
Okay.
Can we lay this over and we'll take it up tomorrow? We have plenty of time, I mean, not tomorrow, later tonight when we figure out where the amendments have gone?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay. All right, without objection, or excuse me, the motion would be in order and the bill and the amendments will lie over under the rule. We have a set of House amendments in the bill file, which, who knows, who knows? All right, clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 319, Senator West, Regulated Firearms Department of State Policing, Reporting Requirements, favorable of 2 amendments.
Recognize the bill sponsor as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is the very definition of a piffle. As amended, the bill repeals the requirement that the Maryland State Commission on Criminal Sentencing Policy report annually to the Governor of the General Assembly on the number of charges, convictions, and sentences for certain criminal violations, and instead requires the Maryland Judiciary to report that same information. This is because the Judiciary possesses the information and can report it without any cost to the state. There were 2 amendments. Amendment 1 is technical. Amendment 2 substitutes Maryland Judiciary as the reporting entity. There was no opposition to the bill. The committee voted unanimously in favor of it. I hereby move the adoption of the 2 amendments as well as the favorable committee report.
All right, floor leader moves for the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable report is amended as adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 319 is hereby ordered printed for 3rd reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 488, Senator Wald-Streicher, Civil Actions, Public Nuisances, Firearm Industry Members, Gun Industry Accountability Act of 2024, favorable of 2 amendments.
Recognizing the bill sponsor as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill prohibits a firearm industry member from knowingly creating, maintaining, or contributing to harm to the public through the sale, manufacture, distribution, importation, or marketing of a firearm. It also requires a firearm industry member to establish and implement reasonable controls regarding the sale, manufacture, distribution, importation, marketing, possession, and use of a firearm. It establishes that a violation of these provisions is a public nuisance, and the bill authorizes the Attorney General to bring an action against a firearm industry member for a public nuisance caused by a violation of the bill. There are 2 committee amendments, Mr. President. Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 substantially narrows the bill, striking a provision that permits a person who sustained an injury or loss as a result of a violation of the bill's provisions to bring an action for damages against the firearm industry member. It also requires the Attorney General, in consultation with the Maryland State Police, to study the legality and feasibility of a statutory requirement for firearm industry members to provide the Attorney General with information about trace requests received from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearm, and Explosives. Mr. President, I move the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, chair recognizes the minority whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wonder if I could ask the floor leader to yield.
Floor leader yield. Senator may proceed.
Of course. Thank you. So looking through this bill here, this is a pretty drastic, pretty far-reaching bill. It would allow the Attorney General of our state to go and sue any entity or person anywhere in the United States that he would have he or she, depending on who the Attorney General was, would have suspicion may have done something not directly, but somehow contributed to an event where a gun was used to break the law, or would it have to involve like a capital type crime or a murder? What's the dividing line of when that can, if we pass this bill as it sits, what's the dividing line of what activity had to have taken place in order for the Attorney General to say you contributed to it?
So thank you for the question. It's an important question. Just to be clear, the Attorney General cannot sue based on suspicion. The Attorney General can only sue based on the proof of the suit by a preponderance of the evidence. And so this structure that we create is not unique. It requires the same civil tort standard that we utilize in every other civil tort matter. More direct answer to your question, there needs to be a nexus between the action of the firearm industry member and the harm that is created here in Maryland. And so if there is no nexus between the action and the harm, there is no lawsuit allowed under this bill.
What is the nexus? Because as I look at the bill, it says a firearm member may not knowingly create, maintain, or contribute to harm to the public through the sale, manufacture, distribution, importation, or marketing of a firearm product by engaging in conduct that is unlawful. Well, it's already unlawful, so you can go after them because it's unlawful, or unreasonable under the totality of the circumstances. I don't understand what marketing would be considered. Number one, I mean, if they're unlawfully marketing, they're already breaking the law. As I look at things like marketing and even sale, what would be unreasonable under the totality of circumstances in marketing about a firearm?
So as you indicate, the tort system is based on an unreasonable standard. So this is not a standard unknown to Maryland. This is in fact the standard on which our entire tort system is based. And reasonableness is determined based on the totality of the circumstances. So that's not just indicated in the bill, that is how our tort system operates. And so we could engage in, I'm sure, any number of hypotheticals, but the portion of the bill you're citing is the basis of every tort lawsuit in Maryland.
How does the Attorney General get standing, though, to go into Montana or Michigan to go after a gun manufacturer? How would they even have standing to? I'm trying to get how it starts. Like, you identify that a gun store sold a firearm to somebody who then came back to Maryland. They sold in Pennsylvania, sold a firearm to somebody who came across state lines into Maryland and committed some terrible act, which of course is awful. But how would the gun store then be because the person used a firearm purchased there, and maybe they bought 3 or 4 firearms, and that gun store should have known one person shouldn't have bought that? I mean, how does this work? I just don't understand.
Good question. So the bill does not grant unique standing rules under its provisions. The standing for the Attorney General is the standing for any case that the Attorney General brings. There must be a nexus of harm to the people of Maryland here in this state.
But I know you don't want to engage in, Mr. President's right. I know the floor leader does not want to engage in hypotheticals, but I do have to ask, what would be a good example of something we're trying to allow with this bill?
So sure, let's, I don't think we're going to engage in a lot of hypotheticals, but I think a basic one is not unlike the one you gave. So let's say an out-of-state FFL sells knowingly to a straw purchaser, and that straw purchaser harms a Marylander in the state of Maryland. That would be covered under this legislation.
Because they did it knowingly, we would have to prove that it was knowingly. But isn't that a criminal standard? They would have to have been convicted that they knowingly did it, correct? Or can you sue over? And I'm not an attorney, but can you sue over? I think they were knowingly. Let's get into court and find out on a civil matter.
Well, just to be clear, the Attorney General must have facts and evidence in order to prove their case under the civil standard that this bill lays out. And yes, the requirement of doing so knowingly is in the legislation.
But a civil standard is a preponderance of evidence, which I think is important for people in the watching, listening, and the body to know. It's different than a criminal standard. Preponderance just means it was maybe slightly more likely than less likely. So it's a much lower standard than criminal. And just trying to understand functionally how I don't want to get people in a situation where they've sold a firearm. They've sold several firearms legally under the law, but somehow now because the states decided we really just don't like firearms, the Attorney General doesn't like firearms, again hypothetically, they can bring suits against anyone operating in the gun space, the firearm space in our state over time and tie things up in court. I know there's a hurdle to get into court, but it's not such a high hurdle that an Attorney General with the state's taxpayer-funded resources behind them couldn't start going after anyone who's involved in the firearm industry in the state as a means of silencing and intimidating them into maybe getting out of the state. I mean, what are there safeguards in the bill against that sort of behavior?
That's right. Yes. The answer is yes. So the violation has to be done knowingly. There has to be a nexus between the knowing action and the harm here in Maryland. And they have to prove it by the preponderance of the evidence in court, and they must have standing to do so. So those guardrails are in the bill.
Are there any opportunities for the Attorney General to bring suit against, so could an Attorney General in this bring a suit against a gang member that's been convicted of trafficking firearms? Could they bring a suit against a gang member who's been, or could they bring a suit against someone who committed a mass, again, and I don't say this lightly, Mr. President, some sort of mass shooting or mass murder? Obviously, some folks that do that may not have a lot of resources, but some do. In fact, there's a lot of kingpins that have resources. So could they bring a suit against those people under this bill?
So the bill allows the Attorney General to bring suit against a firearm industry member, which is a defined term under the bill. If someone is not defined as such under the bill, that doesn't prevent the Attorney General from bringing suit. They would be able to bring suit under current law because they are not, that person is not immunized under the PLCA bill, the federal bill that this addresses.
So this is an attempt, okay, number one, that's interesting. Has the Attorney General brought suit against anybody who's perpetrated a shooting in Maryland recently?
So I don't have that at my fingertips. We know the Attorney General constantly brings criminal charges against dangerous criminals on our streets and has done so this Attorney General and previous Attorney General as well.
I'm glad that they have, but I don't believe they've brought civil suit against anybody in Maryland, correct? Anybody that's engaged in criminal activity in Maryland?
I don't have those facts in front of me.
I think the answer is probably no, but we don't know for sure. I don't know that. I don't have it at my fingertips either. So this is to get around federal law for, this is to go after folks who have been protected by federal law otherwise because they are engaging in a legal and good, they're engaging legally in good faith in a constitutionally protected industry, correct?
So just to be clear for the body, we're not getting around federal law. We're complying with the PLCA federal law by creating what's called a predicate exception.
Okay. Mr. President, I probably have some other questions, but I think there may be some other folks who might want to take a crack at this. This is a pretty far-reaching bill, and again, I have to hasten to add, we're making a little bit of progress on going after the criminals this session and trying to get our laws a little tougher, but we've still got a long way to go, and this bill I don't think gets us where we need to be as far as actually getting the heart of who's committing these kinds of acts with firearms, most of the time illegal firearms. But thank you, Mr. President. I thank my friend from Judicial Proceedings for his answers.
All right, question remains on the two committee amendments. Any further discussion? Chair recognizes the Minority Leader on the amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the floor leader would continue to yield, please.
Senator may proceed.
Happy to.
Thank you. Just following up a little bit on what my colleague was just talking about, there are two very specifically identified terms in this. One is the firearm industry member, which has been defined, means a person engaged in the sale, manufacture, distribution, importation, or marketing of a firearm-related product. So these are individuals that lawfully participate in the industry, right?
Well, I guess reading the definition here, it could also include people who are unlawfully doing so as long as they are participating in the sale, manufacture, distribution, importation, or marketing of firearm-related products. But yes, it does include those who are doing so lawfully.
Okay. And then there's another definition here, a firearm trafficker means a person who acquires, transfer, attempts to acquire, or transfer a firearm for the purpose of selling or disposing of the firearm in violation of state or federal law. So obviously those are individuals that illegally participate in the transferring of firearms, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So then the bill, the operative paragraphs of the bill here where we talk about what a firearm industry member may not knowingly do, that's paragraph A. And then there's another paragraph that, again, relates to firearm industry members. I'm trying to see, where does the definition of a firearm trafficker come into this bill?
So in the reprint, page 2 of 5, it references reasonable controls. And reasonable controls means policies that are designed to prevent the sale or distribution of a firearm-related product to, 1, a straw purchaser, 2, a firearm trafficker. That was the question you asked.
Okay.
3, a person prohibited from possessing a firearm under state or federal law. And 4, a person who the firearm industry member has reasonable cause to believe intends to use the firearm-related product to commit a crime.
Excuse me, Senator, it's just getting a little loud. If we could take our conversations off the floor, please.
Or to cause harm to the person or another person.
Okay, so we've defined a firearm trafficker, so when we can later then say that reasonable controls mean that a firearm-related industry member cannot sell to a firearm trafficker. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay. And in going through this as well, too, again, going back to the paragraphs that determine what they cannot do, it just says contribute to harm.
Mm-hmm.
Is harm defined? Is that a legal definition?
Yes, so harm is defined not in the legislation. Harm is a innate part of our tort system. If you cannot prove harm, you do not have a case. And so even if someone were to wrong you and you had a cause of action, if you did not suffer any harm, you would not have the ability to go to court and recover from any tort action.
Okay. And then just finally, I'm just trying to also, I mean, again, it seems like we are focusing this on those, again, that participate lawfully in the industry, but I'm also trying to determine, does this address how, if somebody illegally obtains a firearm, if they illegally obtain it, can they be held accountable under this law as well?
So if they fulfill the definition of a firearm industry member and do so in an act that is illegal, they would come under the bill. If they are not a firearm industry member, they are currently subject to civil suit because they are outside of PLACA.
And I'm sorry, but I don't know what that means.
I apologize. I can, yep.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Yeah, so PLACA is an acronym describing a federal law passed in 2005 that essentially provides both federal and state level immunity for firearm industry members. But it provides an exception for the state so that the state is not preempted when the state passes a state level predicate. This is that bill. This is the predicate exception.
Okay. So if I were to then ask you to explain it differently to me on what is this bill trying to do, without using the words that you just used, could you explain it that way, please?
Sure. As a policy, this bill removes the federal immunity from firearm manufacturers and industry players.
It removes an immunity.
In essence,
that the
yes.
manufacturers cannot be held liable, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then why is that necessary, to remove that immunity?
It's necessary because we want to punish bad actors, like we would in any other industry. So no other industry is provided with this immunity. In every other industry, we allow for civil action to incentivize better behavior, hold those who do bad acts accountable, and recover on behalf of the people of their states.
But what bad actions are the manufacturers, what are they doing that would allow them to be classified as a bad actor?
So this goes back to the part of the bill that we just referenced. So the reasonable control section would create a civil right of action where someone sells to a straw purchaser, a firearm trafficker, a person prohibited from possessing a firearm under state or federal law, a person who the firearm industry member has reasonable cause to believe intends to use the firearm-related product to commit a crime or to cause harm to the person or another person.
And again, we don't already have laws in effect for those that are in the industry if they illegally sell or they don't go through the HQL or they don't go through the 7-day period. We don't have laws for that already?
We have criminal laws to address that behavior, but we do not allow civil suit in those cases. So this allows civil suit in those cases.
To someone that does that, okay. Okay, I appreciate your responses.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, on the two committee amendments, any further discussion? The chair recognizes the senator from the 29th district on the committee amendments.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Very complicated bill. I'd ask that the bill lay over so I could read it.
All right, the motion is in order. The bill and the amendments will lie over under the rule. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 729, Senator Carter, Security Guards Use of Force Reporting Healthcare-Related Physical Interventions, favorable with 2 amendments.
Let's see, where are we? Oh, there we go, okay. Recognizing the bill sponsor as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. This bill, the Security Guards Use of Force Reporting Healthcare-Related Physical Interventions, there are 2 amendments to the bill. The first one is technical. The second one strikes provisions of the bill and instead establishes the specified exception and alters effective dates. And so as amended, the bill requires the employer of a security guard providing security guard services on the premises of a healthcare facility to submit reports every 7 days to the Secretary of the State Police on the number of incidents initiated for combative persons and initiated for security-only responses, as those emergency codes are identified in Title 10 of the Code of the Maryland Regulations. I would move the 2 amendments, the adoption of the 2 amendments and the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amendment report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amendment report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 729 is hereby ordered printed for 3rd reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 1145, Senator Saling, Public and Non-Public Schools Child Sex Offenders Prohibition or In-Person Attendance, favorable with 3 amendments.
Recognize the Vice Chair of the Committee is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. As amended, this bill prohibits a child who has been convicted or adjudicated delinquent of rape or a sexual offense that, if committed by an adult, would constitute a felony from in-person attendance at a public school or non-public school that receives state funds. Each local school system must provide alternative educational options for affected students that align with existing law governing the schooling of school-age children who are registered sex offenders. There are 3 committee amendments. Amendment number 1 adds a co-sponsor. Amendment number 2 is technical. Amendment number 3 adds felony 3rd-degree sexual offense to the list of offenses for which a local school system must be notified of the arrest of a child and the disposition of a resulting case. Mr. President, I move the 3 committee amendments and the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 3 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, 3 committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amendment report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amendment report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 1145 is hereby ordered printed for 3rd reading. Let's go to Education, Energy, and the Environment, report number 29. Clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 818, Senator Hester, Information Technology, Artificial Intelligence Policies, Procedures, Artificial Intelligence Governance Act of 2024, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognizing the bill sponsor is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Today I'm reporting on our first major piece of legislation on artificial intelligence. And it's incredibly timely, as yesterday the European Union approved its Artificial Intelligence Act, which ensures the safety and compliance of fundamental rights while boosting innovation. For context, colleagues, you've probably heard me talk about artificial intelligence. The power of this technology is truly amazing. However, it's probably worth noting that there are risks and opportunities that we can't even imagine yet. So the opportunities range from major breakthroughs in medicine to essential public services like 911 and education. And the risks that have been shown today are potential bias, security of data amassed by these large language models, and workforce readiness. So here in the United States, colleagues, in the absence of federal legislation, many state governments are stepping up to fill the void. And so Senate Bill 818, while only 18 pages compared to the 900 in the EU AI Act, it takes our first step towards navigating the complexities of AI technologies. It has a narrow focus, only looking at our state government's responsible and productive use of artificial intelligence. It both recognizes AI's transformative potential to holistically improve public services. It also does so in a responsible way. Colleagues, I'd like to thank the members of the Joint Committee on Cyber, Information Technology, and Biotechnology, and our amazing, amazing staff who worked over the interim over 12 hours of public hearings on this topic. I'd also like to thank the Governor's Office and their Senior Advisor of Artificial Intelligence, who worked collaboratively with us on this piece of legislation alongside the Governor's executive order. So, broadly speaking, what does this bill do? It provides the operational rigor necessary for our state agencies to increase their use of artificial intelligence. Specifically, the bill does 4 things, colleagues. First, it codifies the governor's artificial intelligence subcabinet charged with developing and implementing a comprehensive action plan for the responsible and productive use of AI. Second, it requires impact assessments of new safety impacting and rights impacting AI purchased by state agencies starting on February 1st of 2025. Third, it requires the state to produce an inventory of artificial intelligence systems. This inventory will track vendors, capabilities, impact assessment use, and whether or not the artificial intelligence falls into the high-risk category. Fourth, it establishes that the Department of Information Technology will set procurement guidelines and a pilot program along with protocols for safe testing before use and procurement. There are 2 committee amendments, colleagues. The first one makes technical changes and adds co-sponsors. The second one generally exempts state public higher education institutions participating in academic and research purposes. It includes the definition of rights impacting and system impacting AI. It narrows the scope of impact assessments. It requires state public higher education institutions to conform to DO-IT policies and non-academic partnerships with state government units. It narrows the scope of policies and procedures related to vetting an AI system before procurement. It modifies the frequency of system inventories and the timeline for impact assessments. It requires a state public higher education institute to submit an annual report on AI procured and deployed. It modifies the role of the subcabinet. It clarifies procurement for DO-IT technology modernization, and it clarifies definition of proofs of concept procurements, removes an interim report, and requires a study by the subcabinet to the General Assembly, and adds intent on evaluating the feasibility of a virtual 311 portal. As amended, the fiscal note on this bill is significantly lower, and I would like, and the bill passed out of our committee unanimously. I move the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now. Whoopsies. On the 2 committee amendments are set. On the favorable report as amended, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 818 is hereby ordered printed for 3rd reading. All right, let's go to, actually, if we could ring the bells. It's been a little while since we've done these, but we have some 3rd readers. If we could do a quorum call.
Mr. President?
All right, has everyone recorded their presence? Got a lot of activity on the floor. Things are moving. The clerk will take the call. With 45 members in the chamber, a quorum being present, and Senate of Maryland remains in session. Let's start with 3rd reading calendar number 40. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 21, Senator A. Washington, Education, Public High School, Athletic and Physical Education Facility Study.
Senate Bill 21 is on 3rd reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 21, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 25, Senator Klossmeyer, Property Tax Credit, Disabled or Fallen Law Enforcement Officer or Rescue Worker Alterations.
Senate Bill 25 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 25, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 161, Senator A. Washington, Community Schools Alterations.
Senate Bill 161 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 161, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 194, Senator Hayes, State Procurement Preferred Provider Requirements Waiver.
Senate Bill 194 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 194, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 286, Chair, Budget and Taxation Committee, Homeowners and Homestead Property Tax Credits Application Filing Deadline Extension.
Senate Bill 286 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 286, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 320, Senator Jackson, State Retirement and Pension System Administration Clarification and Technical Correction.
Senate Bill 320 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 320, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Let's go to Calendar 41. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 322, Senator Jackson, Maryland Teachers and State Employees Supplemental Retirement Plans Automatic Enrollment.
Senate Bill 322 is on third reading for final passage. And yes, Chair recognizes the senator from Anne Arundel.
Thank you. And I agree with savings. I tell my kids to start early. But the way I understand this bill is it's an automatic deduction out of certain employees' paychecks. And given the situation with the retirees and their drug prescriptions, I always look at retirement bills and review them. And some have said, looking at other states, this is the first step at getting rid of defined pension plans. So if the floor leader could stand for a question, yield for a question.
The chair of the pension subcommittee.
Yes, sir.
Senator may proceed.
I missed this on the second reader, so I apologize.
No problem.
So as far as the scope goes, I think this is all state employees. That includes legislature, judiciary, is that correct?
Yes. Supplemental folks. Everyone is in the supplemental system, yes.
So it would include them. Okay. And I also noticed it didn't come out of the committee unanimously. Was there opposition to this bill that was testified or written? And if so, who was that?
Yes, there was opposition to the bill. Asked me. There was opposition to the bill.
Okay. Was there any other? Or it just asked me?
Hold on a second here. Who else? Opposition. Okay, yes, and the AFL-CIO.
Okay. Was the Maryland State Education Association?
Yes.
They were,
Yes.
okay. Were there any amendments to address their concerns?
Actually, Mr. President, all those concerns were addressed. There was a response from the system, and we addressed every concern that was brought up. I think it was like 5 concerns that were brought up, and each one of those concerns were addressed.
Okay. I didn't see any amendments, so did the opposition come back saying neutral or favorable then?
No.
I'm not understanding what you mean by addressed.
Well, I will tell you that the testimony in committee addressed 5 concerns. All 5 of those concerns were addressed. but that particular unit had come in as unfavorable, and they remained unfavorable as we move forward.
Okay. And I was just reading from the AFL-CIO. It said, labor unions have seen a familiar playbook emerging regarding cuts to retirement benefits. The first step of this process is often offering supplemental or optional 401k plans, followed by making enrollment mandatory, eventually offering workers a choice of opting out of traditional defined benefit plans, ultimately resulting in the outright elimination of retirement plans that actually guarantee retirement security. And from what I understand, that was not addressed. Is that correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by address. Let me just say this. That is not a valid concern. And let me address a part of the concern about automatic enrollment. As a former labor leader myself, we relished the opportunity to have everyone who came into our system to have to enroll. The Supreme Court decision with Janus changed that opportunity. And so that is a concern now. So this is not a new process. It may be since the Janus decision that is new that you can't have folks to automatically enroll. But this is a supplemental enrollment in addition to the already 7% that members in the state of Maryland have to, as when they sign up, when they're hired as an employee, there's an 11%. There's 11% enrollment for their initial retirement, but this is they have 90 days to opt out of this plan. Default enrollment, and then they have 90 days to opt out.
Okay, and maybe you can help me with these the Maryland State Education Association said basically a lot of people are living paycheck to paycheck, and this would put a burden on them, because I understand there's a notice process, but there's like 5 paragraphs of what all has to be put in that notice, which probably gets put in the mail. Sometimes you read it, sometimes you don't. So what I think the point they were saying is, some people were just barely paying their rent and so forth, and this is automatically going to take money out of their paycheck, maybe up to $300, who knows. Well, let me just ask you a question. How much do they take out? Because this is automatic. How much of the employee's pay is taken out?
The initial payment here is $6 a year. That's the initial. And then there's a 0.12% assessment fee for being in the process. That's 0.12% of the salary. And then there's a determination, yes, the minimum plan is $500.
$500 annually?
$5.
Oh, $5.
$5.
And, well, let me just drill down on that a
Every
little.
pay period.
In the bill, it says the amount is not specified. It says it's up to the board to set a rate. And if this bill hasn't passed, I don't know how they would set a rate for automatic withdrawal. So this bill authorizes them, I guess, to go up 1% or 10%. It's completely up to the board under this bill, correct?
1 second.
I think on page 2, line 27 through 29, says the amount deducted from the wages of an employee each pay period shall be the minimum amount set by the board unless they take affirmative action to do something.
There is a default amount at enrollment, so you have, the employee can change the amount. So again, we go to the original, when you get in, there's that default, that's the $5. And then you have the 0.12%. And then it depends on which policy that you enroll in. So you have the ability to enroll, okay. And then you can either enroll or you could either back out of the system if you like.
Okay, and I have a plan with my company, or the company I work for, and you can have very aggressive investment funds and very conservative. So when they automatically enroll them, what investment fund do they put them in?
It's There's a plan that's bidded on each year. There's a 5-year plan. Are you asking for who is the provider? I think I know where you're going
No,
with
I'm
this.
just saying who determines, typically when I put money in for retirement, I can say I want to put it in this aggressive fund because I'm feeling lucky, or I want more conservatives because I'm getting closer to retirement. Who determines that?
The board.
Okay, the board does that as well.
And
Okay.
the member has the right to choose from those options.
And so let's say the legislature's part of this. I have a defined benefit plan. I get this notice, and I guess I have up to 90 days. I see this big packet coming from them. I don't get around to reading all the details that I was put in there. I think up to 90 days you can withdraw the money, no penalty. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then after 90 days, if I didn't take any action, I say, oh, more money's coming out than I thought. I want to get my money back. Can I take the money out?
You could, but there would be a tax implication.
So you typically pay like a 10% tax penalty?
Depending on the plan.
Okay. And then the last piece of opposition I saw was talking about retention, especially with teachers, saying that when there's a defined plan, you have a much higher rate of retention of teachers, but when you don't, the study shows that the retention level goes down, and we have an issue trying to keep teachers as is, and with all this combined testimony saying that they're going to be, this looks like a path going to take away defined plans, they're concerned. So my last question is on the Joint Committee of Pensions. Have they considered or explored getting away from defined pension plans?
No, and Mr. President, if I might, just your previous comment, there's already a defined plan. Okay, that's the 7%. When I got hired, when the individual gets hired, they're in that defined plan. It's the 7% out of that. This is a supplemental plan. Right. It's a supplemental plan to help them enhance, should they choose, their retirement opportunities.
Okay.
And the Joint Committee, your question about the Joint Committee, no, we did not discuss getting rid of defined plans.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, on the bill, recognize the senator from the 45th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just wanted to ask the floor leader a couple questions, clarifying questions. Senator, Mr. President, recognizing that you're a union leader, I'm in a labor union, and being a 20-year labor union member, I know that I also enjoy the benefits of a defined benefit plan, but I also have an annuity. So this wouldn't prevent someone from still having a defined benefit plan, right?
That's correct.
There's no secret agenda from removing a defined benefit plan, correct?
Not at all.
So when I think about the retirement opportunities, I also think about the tax shelters that come along with it. If we were able, or if folks that benefit from this respective plan, they would still be able to enjoy the tax shelters that many other folks that have retirement options be able to enjoy, correct?
Absolutely.
And then when I think about that population that isn't always able to retire with dignity, those folks typically are low-income folks that aren't able to be able to retire with dignity, correct?
Correct.
So I just say, and Mr. President, I just want to lean in from a comment standpoint. This was very important to me, colleagues. I read a book about a year ago, and it was called The Whiteness of Wealth. And it was talking about how the tax structure was working against Black Americans. And it talked about the tax shelters that come from our respective retirement systems and a lot of folks that don't benefit from those tax shelters. And I think about auto enrollment, and I thought about that very, very clear, because I don't want to auto anybody in it, but I did think about all of the things that I enjoy, the things that I want other people to enjoy, and this is why I will be supporting Senate Bill 322, because I think that it is a very, very rigorous opportunity for us to make sure that we push folks that may not have these opportunities in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, on the, recognizing the floor leader. All right, are we ready? On third reader, final passage, any further discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 40 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 322 having received a constitutional majority is declared passed. All right, clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 366, Senator Mount's Employees and Teachers Retirement and Pension Systems Reemployment of Retirees.
Senate Bill 366 on third reader, final passage, recognized the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I special order this to appropriate time tomorrow?
Any objections? Without objection, so ordered. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 368, Senator Waldstreicher, State Retirement and Pension Systems Military Service Credit Eligibility.
Senate Bill 368 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 368, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 371, Senator Lamb, Maryland Medical Assistance Program, Personal Care Aids, Wage Reports.
Senate Bill 371 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 34 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 371, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 376, Senator King, Higher Education Empowering Joint Steering Council Funding.
Senate Bill 376 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 42 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 376, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 394, Senator Hester, Catalytic Revitalization Project Tax Credit Alterations.
Senate Bill 394 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 394, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Let's go to 42. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 419, Senator King, Therapeutic Child Care Grant Program Funding Alterations.
Senate Bill 419 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, a clerk will take the call. 45 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 419, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 436, Senator Guile, Workplace Fraud, Prevailing Wage Violations, Penalties, Referrals.
Senate Bill 436 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 34 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 436, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 477, Time to Serve, the President Time to Serve Act of 2024.
All right, Senate Bill 477 is on third reading. On third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 477, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 489, Senator Jackson, State Retirement and Pension Systems Board of Trustees, Responsibilities and Duties.
Senate Bill 489 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 489, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 490, Senator Jackson, State Retirement and Pension System Consumer Price Index Definition.
Senate Bill 490 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 490, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk,
Mr.
read the
President?
Yes.
I missed one vote.
Oh, give us one more second. Let's get through this calendar.
Oh, yes,
Got one
sir.
last. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 491, Senator Jackson, State Retirement and Pension System Transfer of Service.
Senate Bill 491 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 45 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 491 have received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Senators, if there's no objections, if we can go to 48, there's calendar 48, there's one we have to put an amendment on and bring it out a third reader. Senator from District 6?
Yes, I wanted to be recorded in the green on Senate Bill 419.
419 in the green. Any? Do we have the senator's vote change slip?
I didn't. This one I did not vote.
Oh, did not vote. Okay, 419
Yes,
in
sir.
the green.
Yes, sir. And but I do have one that I did change.
All right, on the green, on 419, any objections? Without objection, so ordered.
And I did change the vote, and I did give them the paperwork, sir. Senate Bill 371 from a nay to a yay.
371, nay to yay. Any objections?
I'm sorry. Well,
This is why the slip's so helpful. 376. Hangry.
no. 376 nay to
Three,
yay.
376, yay to nay to yay.
I need to change that.
Okay, we'll double check. Yes, Senator from the 29th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to change my vote on Senate Bill 376 to the green.
376 to the green. Any objections? Without objections, so ordered. Senator from the 38th.
Mr. President, Senate Bill 376, nay to yay, please.
Any objections? Without objection, so ordered. Senator from Upper Eastern Shore.
I think I am the last of the four, but out of respect to the majority leader, Senate Bill 376, nay to yay.
376, nay to yay. Any objections? Without objection, so ordered. All right. All right, on, let's see, calendar 48, clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 859, Senator Zucker, State Department of Education, Division of Rehabilitation Services Funding.
Senate Bill 859 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 859 having received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 897, Senator Carrozza, Income Tax Subtraction Modification, Death Benefits, Law Enforcement Officers and Firefighters. This is an emergency bill.
Senate Bill 897 is on third reading for final passage. Senators, this is an emergency bill. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 897 have received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 970, Senator Gazzone, Energy Storage Systems Income Tax Credit and Grant Program Sunset Extension.
Senate Bill 970 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 970 having received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 973, Senator Gazzone, Hospitals Private Hospital Grant Program Funding.
Senate Bill 973 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 973 having received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 1027, Senator Gazzone, Property Tax
Justin.
Appeals, Definition of Taxpayer. This is an emergency bill.
Recognize the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I move to bring this back to second reader for purposes of amendment?
Senators move to reconsider the vote by which the bill passed to second reader. Any objections? Without objection, the motion carries. Senator has an amendment. The pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment. All right. Senator may explain the amendment.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. This is just a really, in many ways, a technical amendment. When we worked to define what a taxpayer was for purposes of the ability to appeal assessments. This piece was already in law, and this is just clarifying this piece that relates to leaseholders. So I would move the amendment.
Chairman moves the amendment. Any discussion of the amendment? Any objections to the amendment? Without objection, the amendment is adopted. Senate Bill 1027 remains on second reader. Any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 1027 is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 1033, Senator Carter, Maryland Building Performance Standards, Local Request for Guidance, Religious Considerations.
Senate Bill 1033 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 1033, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 1058, Senator Kramer, Education, Curriculum Standards, Anti-Hate Holocaust, Education, Educate to Stop the Hate.
Senate Bill 1058 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 39 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 1058, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 1066, Senator Zucker, Sports Wagering, Independent Evaluations of Sports Wagering, Content Required.
Senate Bill 1066, the Magna Carta here. It's on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 45 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 1066, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. And senators, if there's no objection, we're going to go to 51. 51 also has a bill with a needed addition. Let's see. All right, 51. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 7, Senator Bailey, Public Safety Law Enforcement Agencies, Positive Community Feedback.
Senate Bill 7 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 44 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 7, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 14, Senator Jackson, Economic Development Tourism Zones Designation of Benefits.
Senate Bill 14 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 14, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 34, Senator Carter, Courts, Jury Duty Services, Disqualification.
Senate Bill 34 is on third reading. Chair recognizes the minority whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to speak to this bill because as I understand it, we've dealt with this issue before, and I'm going to be voting red on the bill. This bill allows for people who've been convicted of a large number of crimes to serve on juries once they can't be in prison, but they can serve on jury. It exempts. I had some amendments last year on this bill that exempted some people out that I think it's good that we've exempted, like witness intimidation and bribery and things like that. But really, you could have somebody who has committed very serious crimes that now would be able to be on a jury. And I understand there's the arguments that why it's not a big deal as well. Lawyers can strike them from the jury or different things, but then they have to use up their challenges. I just don't think we should do this. I know there's an issue with finding people to serve on juries, but I think there should be a lot more people exempted out if they've committed very serious crimes. This bill allows you, if you've had a sentence of a crime that's over a year, any sentence, you could basically serve on a jury unless there's a few exceptions in the bill. The exceptions do not include severe assaults and other, even things like murder and things of that nature. A lot of those folks serve long prison sentences, but even things like vicious assaults and things, you could be eligible and be getting onto a jury. I just don't think that's the right step forward for our state, so I'm going to be voting red.
All right, on the bill, any further discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 36 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 34, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 287, Chair, Judicial Proceedings, Department of State Police, Professional Occupations, Application Process.
Senate Bill 287 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 45 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 287 having received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 345, Central Wall Striker Transportation Vision Zero Advisory Commission Establishment.
Senate Bill 345 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 44 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 345 having received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 373, Central Wall Striker Criminal Law Theft Mail and Arrow Key.
Senate Bill 373 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, to explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 45 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 373 having received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 402, Senator McKay Correctional Training Commission Membership Alterations.
Senate Bill 402 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 402 having received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 544, Central Wall Striker Corporations and Associations Ratification of Defensive Corporate Acts Alterations.
Senate Bill 544 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 544 having received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 643, Senator Carter Public Information Act Surveillance Images Illegal Dumping in Baltimore City.
Senate Bill 643 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 643 having received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 839, Senator Sidnor, General Provisions, Damages or Losses Definition.
Senate Bill 839 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 839 have received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 965, Carroll County Senators, Carroll County Sheriff Salary.
Senate Bill 965 is on third reading for final passage. Chair recognizes the minority whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move that we reconsider the vote by which this passed a third reader for the purposes of amendment.
Senator has moved to reconsider the vote. Are there any objections to the motion? Without objection, the motion carries. The bill is now again before us on second reader and open to amendment. Senator has an amendment. Pages, please distribute the senator's amendment. Ooh.
It's actually a...
Senator, explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. As the bill came in, the Carroll County delegation was doing a sheriff's salary increase that was going to tie it directly to state police lieutenant. What we've done instead, with consultation with local government and others, is it's going to set it, starting at the start of the new term of whoever is sheriff, will go to 90% of state police lieutenant, and then a year later to 100%. But it's just at that current amount. There's no tie to it. So just a miscommunication with getting the committee the right amendments. So ask for the body's support on the amendment.
All right, senators move the amendment. Any objections? Without objection, the amendment is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 965 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 1022, Senator King, Maryland Higher Education Commission Academic Program Approval and Institutional Mission Statement Requirement.
Senate Bill 1022 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 1022 having received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Recognizing the senator from District 7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 1068.
1068.
I'm sorry, 1058, red to green.
1058, and we have the form?
Yep,
All right,
done.
red to green. Any objections? Without objection, so ordered. Senator from 29th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 1058 from red to green.
1058, and we have the form? All right, any objections? Without objection, so ordered. Senator from the 41st.
Thank you, Mr. President. On Senate Bill 345, I'd like to be recorded in the green, please. My button didn't work.
345 in the green. Any objections? Without objection, so ordered. Senator from District 9.
Senate Bill 345, recorded in the green, please.
345 in the green. Any objections? Without objection, so ordered. Chair of Senator from Montgomery County.
Thank you, Mr. President. On Senate Bill 7, my button didn't work, just green.
7. Got to get that looked into. Senate Bill 7. Any objections? Without objection, so ordered. Any Senator from the Upper Eastern Shore?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Senate Bill 1066, button didn't work. Green, please.
It's got a bug in the buttons. 1066 in the green. Any objections? Without objection, so ordered. You know the story that was always used to be told of the senator who took a paper clip, stuck it into the voting thing because you get paid if you had green having been there at the beginning of the day and the end of the day. That was the only way you could get your per diem. So took a paper clip, stuck it in there in the green, so every time it would go on, it would always go, and was never on the floor. So gotta love it. All right. I think we're gonna call it. I think that's all we got. We're getting loopy at this point. All right, great day. We got through a lot. We really did. This is good work today. But it's only round one. So I think most committees are going to be meeting. We'll come back probably at 5:30. 5:30 is what we're going to target. So let's check with Finance first.
Thank you, Mr. President. Finance will meet almost immediately after the floor. There's lunch waiting for the committee. We will have 7 bills to hear with 55 witnesses, and then we will vote on about 20 bills, and we'll be back at 5:30.
All right, that is busy. Thank you, Madam Chair. Chair of Education, Energy, and the Environment.
I'm not sure we have a delegation get-together or whatever. Okay. Triple E will meet at 3:15 for voting session. 3:15.
3:15 for Triple E. Budget and Tax?
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll do the same, 3:15.
3:15.
For voting.
All the things. Judicial Proceedings?
We'll meet at 3:30 for voting.
3:30, all right. 3:30 for JPR. A little catnap in between. All right, let's see. Standing committees, select committees, delegations, Montgomery County?
Thank you, Mr. President. Immediately when we get off on the floor, 2 bills, MoCo colleagues, and we're going to go over to the Red Room. Thank you.
Excellent. Other delegations? Any other announcements for the good of the order? All right. If not, let's do a quorum call before we adjourn.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded? Okay, has everyone recorded their presence? If so, the clerk will take the call. With 45 members in the chamber and a quorum being present, the Senate of Maryland remains in session. Senators, we're gonna secure the chamber, so if anyone wants to leave anything here in between, we'll keep it secure. So, recognizing the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate of Maryland stand adjourned until 5:30 today.
Excellent. Without objection, so ordered. Have a wonderful afternoon, and see you in a couple hours.